new conservative weapon against colleges: plagiarism. Now, it was Chris Rufo's work and the Washington Free Beacon publishing these allegations that brought it to light, right, against Claudine Gay. And the AP did change the headline to say, plagiarism allegations downed Gay and conservative attack fanned the outrage. But it really captured a moment, right, that this feels very partisan. If you're conservative, Claudine Gay plagiarized, and if you're liberal, she didn't.
Well, I think that is an accurate statement, but I think that to dismiss all this as somehow a partisan activity willfully distorts the situation. I mean, people of all kinds were shocked by the hearing and by the follow-up. You know, the people who have been the most active and I think effective in calling for free speech of the kind that these universities have too often trampled on in other contexts, those people are not right-wingers. The people at FIRE, for instance, the watchdog group, are avowedly nonpartisan. So, no, I mean, that's, I think, a dodge, an attempt to misrepresent really how broad the, I'm going to say, revulsion was in the country for what they saw. I promise you that the problems higher ed is having, the reputational problems, the credibility and confidence problems go very far beyond a few, so-called conservative activists.
Mm-hmm. Just a couple more for you. You know, to your point about Harvard having $50 billion, Jesse Waters jokingly called Harvard a hedge fund that teaches a few classes. But if you had to slice up a pie, a percent value to reasons why Claudine Gay stepped down, how much do you attribute it to money from donors and the threat of that money being withdrawn?
I doubt it had much to do with it. Again, if they never collected another dollar, they could stay there forever. I think the fear of the very real damage that their reputation has taken, and deservedly so, I have to say. And here I'm talking not just about Dr. Gay, but about those who on the board who seemed as tone deaf as the presidents did at the hearing in dismissing the concern that so many people were expressing. So I think it was much more a matter of fear of reputational damage than it was financial.
Finally, Bill Ackman, the hedge fund guy who led the part of this effort to get these presidents who testified at the congressional hearing fired, he asked on X if MIT's president, Sally Kornbluth, would be the final to fall. Well, a day after Gay resigned, MIT released a new plan to address anti-Semitism, and it included a new vice president for equity and inclusion. And Ackman, as you probably already know, says DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion on college campuses, have actually increased anti-Semitism. And he writes, it created an oppressor versus oppressed narrative where whites, Asians, and Jews are considered the oppressors. Is doubling down on DEI in the case of MIT smart? Or if equity is a goal, does it feed into the hatred of those groups?
Well, Mr. Ackman's on very, very firm ground. Anyone with eyes to see ought to know that the real source of enforced conformity on college campuses these days comes from that direction. By the way, I'd point out he's nobody's idea of some kind of conservative activist. He's just a sincerely concerned citizen and alum. He's on firm ground here. What one wishes these schools would do is enunciate very clear guidelines to avoid this happening again. You know, much of what happened on some of these campuses crossed the line into conduct. The physical threats surrounding and people being barricaded in libraries, people pounding on the doors. The whole sector would benefit from a few expulsions and suspensions that make it plain that speech is protected, but violent conduct or the threat of it is not. Physical harassment is not. And if they had given answers like that at the hearing, we wouldn't be in this position. And quite honestly, back to your very insightful question, I'm not sure anyone would have looked up Dr. Gay's dissertations and the handful of papers that she had produced as an academic.
Mitch Daniels, former president of Purdue University, former Indiana governor, and fellow at the Liberty Fund. Thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate being invited.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it, and the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs, all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff, create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine. Still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, January 4th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Jeffrey Epstein court documents that were unsealed revealing several high-profile names. Fox's Kevin Cork has the details.
In addition to the former president, Bill Clinton, some of the other high-profile names mentioned in those court documents include Prince Andrew, Michael Jackson, Stephen Hawking, David Copperfield, and Naomi Campbell. Again, it is important to note that the inclusion of a name on this list does not mean that that particular person has been accused of any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. However, these associates and others in this just sealed list, which has now been unsealed, were contained in court documents filed as part of the Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre's lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell.
Maxwell convicted of child sex trafficking and other offenses related to Epstein in 2021 and currently serving a 20-year prison term. And younger Americans making New Year's resolutions. Fox's Lauren Green with more on that.
A new survey finds young people are more likely to make resolutions in 2024 as opposed to older Americans, with over 60% of those in a CBS YouGov survey saying they plan to make one compared to just 15% of those aged 65 plus. While health and fitness goals top the list of the resolutions, the survey finds more and more Americans want to make faith a priority.
The CBS News poll showing 64% of those under 30 are hopeful for the coming year. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We are going to enter next year with the smallest military in over 80 years as active duty troop numbers sink to less than 1.3 million. And the Pentagon is now coming out and issuing a national call of service to Gen Z.
Does anybody get the feeling that maybe if this continues to go in the wrong direction, we're going to have a draft?
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, The highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A federal agency says SpaceX illegally fired 8 workers who criticized founder Elon Musk. The former employees, along with around 400 other SpaceX workers, signed a letter in 2022 calling his public statements and behavior embarrassing and distracting. The New York Post reports the controversial ex-publisher of Sports Illustrated, James Heckman, is partnering with crypto mogul Brock Pierce to seize control of the embattled publication. The minutes from the December Federal Reserve meeting suggest rate hikes are over, but policymakers offered no timetable on when they would start cutting rates. And with that, stocks fell. The Dow lost 285 points. The Nasdaq dropped 174, or more than 1%. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's not just the White House in play in 2024. There are also races key for who controls Congress. In California, a Senate seat is up for grabs, the one the late Dianne Feinstein held until her death in September. The front runner in the polls is a Democrat, Congressman Adam Schiff, who is a lightning rod for Republican criticism leading House investigations into President Trump.
After witnessing so much we never would have imagined taking place in this country, it has so many Americans asking, are we going to be okay?
At his campaign kickoff last year, Schiff told supporters,
I am here to tell you that we will get through this, that we are a deeply resilient country.
2 other House Democrats are also on a crowded March 5th Senate primary ballot in California, Congresswomen Katie Porter and Barbara Lee. But only the top 2 vote-getters will face off in November, regardless of party. And there is a rookie Republican also running, Steve Garvey, taking a swing at politics for the first time.
You know, I first came to California September 1st of 1969. The Dodgers called me up, and I
put that Dodger uniform on for the first time, and my dream came true.
Garvey was a star for the Los Angeles Dodgers, winning an MVP and a World Series. He also played for the San Diego Padres.
I had played on great teams with great players and great managers. But more importantly, I learned how to build teams. And then in my late 70s, I started to get a voice in the community. People knew pretty much who Steve Garvey was and is, and how commonsensical I am, and somebody who believes in giving back. So I started working with charities and foundations in the community, and then after I retired, started building businesses with Garvey Media Group. And always been in and around politics, going back to the congressional baseball game every year and coaching there. And I woke up one morning and turned the TV on and saw the terrible discourse between our leaders in Washington, a dysfunctional Washington with career politicians who I didn't feel were representing me or my fellow Californians or Americans. They're more concerned about the business of politics and not about the policies that were going to improve the quality of life. And a little less than 3 months ago, I decided to run. And in a short amount of time, we've gained in the polls. We've got great momentum. We're in second place at about 19%. And the people are starting to stand up. We've walked the state of California. We've talked to individuals, to families, to small businesses, to big businesses, and listened to what their frustrations are. And Wall Street and Main Street are 180. What you see on Wall Street, and we've had a very good market, is not what the people feel that are getting up in the morning and putting breakfast on the table and going to the gas station and going to work and then trying to find a way to get their kids into a good school. So we're off and running, a great momentum.
So is inflation in the economy your biggest issue as you try to win a Senate seat?
Well, there are three things: the economy, crime in the streets, the border is and we're right here on the border, so we're on the front lines every day, and education. These things are so very, very important about the quality of life. And then we have the homeless issue, which 35% or almost 40% of the homeless in America are here in California.
Yeah, it's been a big issue in San Francisco, right? Right, Steve? In San Francisco, I know in Los Angeles as well. But it's not something that anyone has seemed to be able to get a handle on. Why is that?
Well, because it is a challenge. It's an issue that deals with a lot of compassion. And our elected leaders don't really want to deal with it, so they throw money at it, and they start off by saying, well, we're finding shelter. Well, if you look at the two main issues that affect homelessness, it's drugs and mental health. And oh yes, we want a place for the homeless to be able to go to and be warm and be fed and so forth. But we need to put together a program that takes the homeless off the streets, that starts to integrate them back into society, both physically, mentally, and spiritually, so that they can be productive again. It's about productivity in our lives. And when we feel that nobody cares about us, feels like when we can't contribute to the world around us, that's when we start to spiral. So homelessness, the border, setting all-time records every day. We did a tour the other day with Congressman Isa for about 4 hours on the border in San Diego, Otay Mesa to the ocean. And the great U.S. border men and women and ICE are doing a fabulous job, but they're just overwhelmed.
Yeah. I mean, we had that record number that crossed in December. I know there's a delegation of dozens of House Republicans in Eagle Pass, Texas, visiting the border on Wednesday. They did that. So what would you want done? If you're a senator, what would you vote for?
Well, I would vote to secure the border and then put in place a pathway for immigrants to come to this country. We always forget there are millions of immigrants who have gone through a process of contacting the authorities in their country and have signed all the papers and are sitting waiting to come to this country legally. And we're letting in hundreds of thousands of people illegally.
You are a Republican running for the Senate in California. There has not been an elected statewide Republican, I think, since Arnold Schwarzenegger is a governor, and that's almost 20 years ago. It's not an easy thing to run from the right in California. How do you overcome what some of your prior Republicans running were not able to do.
Well, I'm pretty close to the center in terms of being a moderate because, I always say when I took the field, I didn't take it for Democrats or Republicans or independents, libertarians. I took the field for all the fans, and now I'm running for all the people. And people know me over these 50 years. They know I care about each and every one of them. So, Steve Garvey campaign is really focusing on the quality of life for all the people. And I dare say my opponents can't say that they're running for all the people. My opposition, when they vote in Congress, they're voting 96, 97% down party line. And I guarantee you that won't be the percentage that I vote, because I'll look at a policy, I'll look at a bill, and I'll determine whether it's good for all the people, and I'll vote my conscience.
What about conservative Republicans in California? You hear that and say, well, wait a minute, we don't want a guy who's going to vote Democrat half the time.
Well, not half the time.
or whatever percentage you want.
They know who I am, and people every day come up to me and say, Garv, I remember this day or that day, or even thank you for running. We're proud of you for running, because California hasn't had that other voice. There's only been one voice. It's been extremely left, and people feel they've been suppressed. So they've been looking for somebody. They found him. I said, I'd love for you to be the wind beneath my wings. And I remember the days when California was the heartbeat of America, and it's just a murmur now. But it can be the heartbeat again.
Have you had Republicans in this campaign ask you who you're supporting in the race for president? I know, of course, the former president, Donald Trump, is leading in a lot of the polls, or almost all the polls. Have you sided with any of them?
I haven't, because if you think about it, this arguably is the toughest seat in America for somebody like myself or mine. And I'm not a career politician. I'm going to only have one term when I'm elected next January. But those 6 years will see me going up to bat, so to speak, every day for the Californians that I live with and I've been a part of in the state, and for Americans. And my opponents can't say that. So that pathway that I talked about earlier in our conversation, we found that pathway. People are standing up. We're building momentum. I think our opposition is very, very concerned. And by the time March 5th comes, we want to win March 5th and then go on to November and be the next elected U.S. Senator from California.
Yeah, you talk about jungle primary. So you're vying for one of two spots, the two spots on the ballot. Now, it isn't, like you said, it's not a Republican versus a Democrat. There's a chance that two Democrats, and there are 3 members of Congress from the left who are running also against you. I mean, you have to get ahead of 2 of them. Probably not easy.
No, it's not. Because I haven't had 25 years or 15 years or 12 years of being a career politician and messaging. But what comes with that is a fresh new voice with fresh ideas that is not beholden to any entity, so to speak, who will, again, be every day going to bat for all the people of California and subsequently all the people of this country.
Now, you said you would only have one term, but why only one term? Why would you limit yourself now?
Well, I'll be 81. I'm vibrant. I'm healthy.
Isn't that President Biden's there, right? You're right there.
Resident.
But that's what President Biden, he's running for re-election at that age, right?
That's right. But, I'm a meritocracy type of guy. I would want those 6 years at the end when people say, what kind of a senator was he, that I was a Steve Garvey senator, that people respected, they admired, they believed that I gave 100% every day, and that I believed in this country. And maybe that's the bottom line in making this decision. I love my country so much, and I love my state so much, that at this time in my life, and I've had a wonderful life, to step up in the daunting task of running for U.S. Senate in California, but believing that I can make a difference will be what will take us to Washington.
You think you can even win over Giants fans?
Well,
you played against him your whole career.
What closed the deal was two Giant fans came up to me on this wonderful shopping street near we live, and they had Giant hats on. They said, "Gar, we hate the Dodgers, but we'll vote for you." I said, "Well, there's two."
And the Padres too. I mean, you played them with San Diego too.
Oh, sure, yeah, with San Diego. Well, eventually in the next, probably by the end of February till March 5th. A concentrated amount of time will be in LA County, Orange County, and San Diego County with the density of people. And, I used to work in the shadows of City Hall in LA and in the shadows of City Hall in San Diego, and have spent a tremendous amount of time in the Orange County area. And I think that's why my opponents are very, very concerned because of the fan base, but the base of Californians that know me and believe that I can make a difference.
Steve Garvey, former star ball player for the Dodgers and the Padres, now a Republican running for Senate in California. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you return if you win in March.
We surely will. And remember, stevegarvey.com. Thanks.
Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Twice in 2 days, former President Trump appeals state decisions to keep him off the ballot for his actions involving the Capitol riot. Trump attorney Alina Habba tells Fox News,
"It's un-American, it's ridiculous, and it's frankly election interference at its finest."
Yesterday, Trump asked the Supreme Court to overturn the ruling in Colorado. Previously, he asked a court in Maine to overturn that decision. Prosecutors say the murder of an imam in New Jersey does not appear to be terror-related. Nonetheless, it's ratcheting up tensions.
New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin says security is heightened at houses of worship, not just in Newark,
but also throughout the state of New Jersey,
just in case.
Fox's Cornell Scott. And a drone strike in Baghdad today kills at least 2 Iranian-backed militia fighters. Those militias have been attacking U.S. troops in the Middle East since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy saying during a conference call hyping Monday's national championship game against Washington that 80% of college teams steal signs. The Wolverines have been under investigation for that this season, leading to a suspension for head coach Jim Harbaugh. Among the NFL quarterbacks resting this coming weekend with their team's playoff situation set, the Ravens' Lamar Jackson, the Chiefs' Patrick Mahomes, the Browns' Joe Flacco, the Niners' Brock Purdy, and the Rams' Matthew Stafford. And firefighters put out a 2-alarm fire at Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill's house Wednesday. Thankfully, no one was hurt. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Signing day has, to me, kind of become signing season. It's this hodgepodge of transfer portal, roster defection, and high school signing season, but it's just not the same level of excitement. It was a Christmas morning type feeling. There's drama. You go to bed at night worried if that 5-star defensive lineman is actually going to sign the letter of intent and fax it in. The fax machine is a thing. It just feels different now because it all blends together. Because of transfer portal, NIL deals, everything else that goes into it, it's become what the NBA offseason has become. A reality show on Bravo. That's what it was for an NBA. It was great to follow on social media. Guys leaving, visiting other places, trades possibly taking place, trash talk going down. That's college football now, but it's not a day, it's a season. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Joe Concha.
What's on your mind?
Imagine having any job that allows an employee to get 135 days per year of paid time off to spend in, quote, relaxing locations, unquote. Yep, that is the stat on Joe Biden. He spent 37% of 2023 in places deemed relaxing locations. Some call it vacation. Either way, imagine that the same job isn't being, assistant to the traveling secretary or working at the Peach Pit, but instead considered to be the most important job in the country, like being, president of the United States, and you get 135 days off. Wow, what a country. And here's the insulting part. The average American takes 14 days of vacation per year. Mr. Biden took almost 10 times that amount off. And when Scranton Joe goes on vacation, he isn't exactly slumming it. It's at a $35 million compound that his hedge fund buddy David Rubenstein owns in Nantucket that's so big it has its own zip code. Or it's at the $20 million mansion of billionaire Tom Steyer in Lake Tahoe. Or it's at one of Biden's multi-million-dollar homes in Delaware that he somehow owns on a senator's and vice president's salary when he bought it a couple of years ago. Go figure. Either way, what it shows is that Joe Biden is not working hard. He shows that he's completely out of touch with so many Americans, many of whom are working 2, 3 jobs just to keep up with inflation and spiraling credit card and interest debt. Either way, Scranton Joe loves his vacations, all while the country is burning to the ground. I'm Joe Concha.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
There's no better time than the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Promo code CLAY to save 25%. That's lifelock.com, promo code CLAY.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriati at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, NPN number 2083768.
Before your spa treatment.
That's mine. Stop it. Give it back. Leave me alone. Give it to me. You just broke
it. This is your home after your spa. Any questions?
Stop it.
Half-price hot tubs. Hot tubs, swim spas, and outdoor furniture at the best prices. See us at halfpricehottubs.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 4th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Anthony Dorenzo in for Greg Stocker this morning. Phil Almquist, our associate producer, handling the video. Stocker out sick yet again. Rebound case of the flu, apparently.
What did I say?
Fever came back. Dr. Dawn. Dr. Dawn was accurate yet again.
What did I say?
Yes, you nailed it. You called it. You called it what Tuesday, or was that Monday night you sent the text?
In our little text back and forth, and he said, "Should I come in?" I was like, "The flu tends to rebound. Stay home."
Yeah, stay home. I can't shake the post-nasal drip.
Oh no!
Every sentence that I say, I feel like I've got a faucet running down the back of my throat. So if I just stop mid-sentence for about 1.2 seconds, it's because I'm turning my microphone off just to clear my throat.
I think we have like Mucinex in the kitchen.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, I might take like 35 pills of that. Yeah. Just drain my whole body right now. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Big news day.
Yeah, great day for soccer to go
nationally, home. I know.
We got all sorts of good stuff to get to. Dorenzo, how are you, buddy?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Doing well. All right, so we have a lot to delve into this morning. We have a big take on the decline of Republican journalism from a representation standpoint. Very interesting drop-off since 1971. We will explain. The Epstein documents dropped last night. A very interesting timeline from yesterday where we were told that Jane Doe 107 was holding things up because it would be a security risk for Jane Doe 107. Then the names come out last night. We had the former president of the United States that was included. No, not 45, but 42. And then also we have to rehash what one journalist had in 2015 that kind of got leaked from a video and audio standpoint in 2019 that really confirms what this lady knew many years ago. So we'll play that for you this morning. And then also a false accusation from Epstein's brother that said, basically, if it was revealed in 2016, it would have upended the 2016 election, which we now know is partially false. So we'll get to all of that this morning. Plus, at 9 o'clock, our buddy Sean Farash,
yay,
the great Trump impressionist, is going to stop by yet again on the program. So
how does that sound?
That sounds great, Mr. President. And I think he will have plenty of things to say on all of the issues that are topical for today's program. All right, so we got a lot to get to, but let's get to the news right out of the gate. 6:05, round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, we have so much to talk about, and will we get up to 6 inches of snow this weekend? We're going to revisit the snowfall accumulation, and it is growing and is, in fact, altering the travel plans of one President Joe Biden. So we'll talk about all of this morning. But there is a break in the case, a tragic story in Delco, a 10th grade kid, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, last spring. You may remember this story, horrifying situation of a 15-year-old victim, Michael Garr. And it just seemed random. Nobody could understand it. He was not so far from home, just walking home. And so now authorities say they have a suspect in custody, 24-year-old Marson Way, charged with first-degree murder in the death of Michael Garr, that 10th grader I'm talking about in the Upper Darby School District. Garr was, as they've said, minding his own business when he was murdered. He was stabbed to death, and authorities calling this just a heinous, random murder. And now we're learning more about the suspect, this 24-year-old, who, according to authorities, well, he should have not been walking the streets.
So he had a rap sheet.
Yes, sir.
Of course.
And the same suspect is suspected of also stabbing a pregnant lady during a carjacking just 2 months before allegedly murdering the innocent teenager.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He also was in the hands of authorities in Ohio, where he was accused of violent crimes. So this is tragically that familiar theme that we've talked about, where somebody who was a dangerous individual, accused of other crimes, had a long rap sheet, and this is just a random situation. This family now grieving.
Awful. Just absolutely awful. Criminal justice system is completely broken.
It's they're working hard to solve all these crimes. We'll talk about it this morning. I wanted to mention, however, Nick Kayal started out, I think it was last week you started talking about, or excuse me, before we went on Christmas holiday break, Nick, you had talked about when will the masks come back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now we do have an increase, and obviously Stalker's out with the flu. The biggest increase with COVID, this new strain of COVID that affects people mostly with maybe compromised immune systems. But we have the largest health group in our region, Mainline Health System, and they are now the first to call for this mask mandate in all of their facilities.
So when you enter, regardless if you're sick or just visiting or whatever, everybody's got to be masked up?
Yes.
Great.
So they're just trying to stop the spread. So Mainline Health, the first mask mandate for a health system, and they're saying COVID cases are way up in our region, flu cases way up. They have mentioned RSV. I will tell you that the latest numbers show RSV numbers are going down a bit. So that's the one that is puts babies in the NICU and
right.
in the hospital. So that's a good thing. But they're just warning everybody, like Greg Stocker, if you're not feeling well, if you have a fever, just stay home.
I know. It's very simple. 3 words, folks. Just stay home. It's like the old drug commercial. Just say no.
Nick Kayal, like Nancy Reagan.
Yes.
Just say no, right?
Damn right.
I know you're going to talk about Epstein and the list, so I'm just going to headline that. The list has come out. Whoo! There's a lot to talk about with that one. I will mention as well, we've talked about Sherelle Parker, Philadelphia's new mayor. She was scheduled for a Martin Luther King Jr. preview event, showed up an hour late. And so maybe it's because she's new. She's in a lot of meetings, but getting some pushback on that one. So I'll headline that one for you. But we had talked yesterday about President Joe Biden for the 3rd commemoration of January 6th. Was celebrating J6 here in our area in Valley Forge Saturday. Because of all the snow in the forecast, Biden has now pushed up the visit. As Rich Zeoli last night, he called January 6th the highest holy holiday for the left.
Yeah, you might as well just make it a national holiday on the calendar. Right. Democrats can just celebrate. They're more excited for January 6th than they are Christmas. Never forget.
Oh, my goodness.
Remember with 9/11, it was never forget.
Yeah.
It's like the Democrats just never want to forget J6.
So he'll be here tomorrow to commemorate January 6th.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to have him slip as he's falling, coming off of Air Force One in the snow.
Oh, my goodness.
Gotta speed that up.
So the forecast and the all-important, it's actually a pretty nice day today. Tomorrow we have a lot of sunny skies. It's January. The code blue continues in Montgomery County, as we talked about yesterday. Today we're looking at 44 degrees, mostly sunny skies, not any measurable precipitation. Tomorrow, for your Friday, we're looking at 40 degrees. We're at 37 right now, but 40 degrees for your Friday tomorrow. The big question is, what's going to happen this weekend? So Saturday, 39 degrees, 100% chance of precipitation. So this nor'easter coming up through the Gulf. So we will get precipitation. The question is, in what form? As the temperatures drop, remember yesterday I'd said, we're in the low to mid 40s for Saturday. Now the model has changed 39, which means in the morning it's much colder. This is prime opportunity for some flurries or for a sleet snow mix, or depending on where you are, northwest of the city, north and west, you're going to get snow for your Saturday. Sunday morning, again, we start out cold and snow Sunday morning. The high on Sunday, 41 degrees. But they're saying between Saturday night into Sunday earlier, 3 to 6 inches potential for our entire region.
All right, get the sleds out, kiddies.
Woohoo!
Time to revisit your youth.
Your youth.
It's been, 712 days since we've had any accumulation?
And the kids are counting just like you are.
They are.
This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 on this Thursday morning as we get ready for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, media slants and disgraced journalism. You know, the media and journalism as an industry at one time was considered fearless. They held those in power accountable. It could be the government, politicians, and elected officials. It could be the wealthy, and really anybody or any institution of note. They would have to answer to reporters seeking the facts and the truth, and then reporting that back to their audiences, their readership, or just citizens in general. And that has been gone for many, many years. In fact, many decades. Media is bought and paid for. They pander to a base, they appease advertisers, and they don't care if you know it or not. Take it or leave it. A perfect example was on display yesterday for the Big Take when we played you the clip of CNN's Matt Egan going out of his way to try to defend disgraced ex-Harvard University President Claudine Gay and her acts of plagiarism. Instead of reporting facts and ripping her for being exposed for the fraud that she is, he decided to insult you by saying that this is a more nuanced conversation, and it wasn't plagiarism. She just got sloppy with her citations. A perfect illustration of how pathetic mainstream media has become. But this didn't start in 2021, once the Biden administration took over. This didn't start whenever wokeness began. This has been happening slowly but surely for over a half century. Kevin Bass is a medical student and scientist who has appeared in publications like Newsweek and has also appeared on the Tucker Carlson show. And recently, he provided a great breakdown of how journalists in the mainstream media have gradually left the Republican Party and how the early industry, and in fact the entire industry, has skewed hard left since the early 1970s. Let me give you some facts and some data here. In 1971, 36% of journalists identified as Democrats, while 26% were Republicans and 33% were independents. By 1982, the media saw a 3% increase in Democrats, a 6% increase in independents, but a 7% decrease in Republicans. Fast forward a decade later, in 1992, where 44% of journalists were Democrats, 34% independent, and only 16% were Republicans. Now, if you skip ahead to the year 2013, just a decade ago, 50% of journalists were independent, 28% Democrat, and a mere 7% Republican. And just over a year ago, in the year 2022, only 3% of the media identified as Republican. So, over the course of half a century, Republican representation in the media has gone from 26% to 3%. Well, what does this mean? Well, obviously it means biased reporting, but it also goes to show you how the journalism field, as with most jobs, has seen the phasing out of conservatives, almost always by design, as the goal is to create a one-way school of thought. And it has also led to the same mistakes by all of the outlets: CNN, MSNBC, the Washington Post, the New York Times, Philadelphia Inquirer, NBC, ABC, and CBS News. They're all in lockstep with the same narratives, the same talking points, the identical slants, and the repeated bias by omission, with the mistakes to boot. A perfect example was COVID. Instead of challenging those in the science field, or big pharma, or any blue city or blue state politician, they just regurgitated whatever the establishment wanted them to share. And then you have corporate America pulling all the strings in conjunction with big tech, the government, and the financial sector. Vivek Ramaswamy put out a great tweet a few days ago where he said the following, quote, "BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard represent the most powerful cartel in human history. They are the largest shareholders of nearly every major public company, even of each other. They use your own money to create a country that you never voted for," end quote. There's a video on Vivek's Twitter timeline from a few days ago that I encourage you to go watch, where he breaks it down in further detail. It's about 7 or 8 minutes long, quite fascinating and quite infuriating. But when you control the narrative and you control the message, you keep the power. I want you to listen and watch this clip about how much influence a few select companies have over almost everything in the United States of America and beyond. Listen and watch this.
You look at who owns CNBC, who owns Fox, who owns CNN. At the top of the shareholder list, you have Vanguard and BlackRock. Then you look at the manufacturers of the jabs. Okay, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, who are the top shareholders of those companies, Vanguard and BlackRock. Now you look at the flight companies that banned all flights. No flights unless you're taken care of. Who are the top shareholders? Vanguard, BlackRock. You look at the food. Okay, who are the top shareholders of all this junk food? Vanguard and BlackRock. So the media is controlled, the food is controlled, the narrative is controlled, the transportation is controlled. Who owns Meta? Who owns Snapchat? Who owns, well, used to be, but still kind of does, Twitter? Who owns Google? They're pushing the same narrative the media's pushing. Oh, it's the same company. It's BlackRock. It's Vanguard. Profit-driven
companies. And that goes to what Vivek Ramaswamy talks about in the video I referenced earlier. But that version right there, much easier to digest. And this is why I say the media is all bought and paid for. It's all profit-driven. And losing a representative number of Republicans and or conservatives in journalism like the profession has over the last 50 years only makes it worse. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in with thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the show today. We'll come back, get thoughts and reactions to all of that. And the Epstein documents drop last night. There's a lot to digest from a very, very busy day and evening last night. We'll do that on the other side. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil. It's Kayal and Company, live here on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar payout only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Hey, it's Rich Ziol. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to talk about my friends at Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. You've heard me talking about them nonstop, but now is the time to pay them a visit. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. If you're shopping for the perfect engagement ring, look no further. They have the top 5-star rating on Google with over 2,000 reviews. No one else comes close to that. Get the right ring. A ring from Family & Company Jewelers. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
The violin, the trumpet, the drums. Quality instruments, but when playing on their own without orchestration, sound chaotic. Only when the maestro blends those instruments with a musical score do they become a symphony that outperforms any of those instruments on their own. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system blends safe financial instruments with your goals as the score to create full orchestration that plays the melody you've always dreamed of in retirement.
I have a stable rhythm going on in my life right now. The crash-proof retirement system. I play my guitar with rhythm. I play drums also. Rhythm is very important to me. We're all trying to do our theme song for our life. I would say the crash-proof retirement system has been instrumental in helping me find that song of my life.
Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 627. Welcome back in. Happy Thursday. Hopefully all of you off to a great start on your Thursday. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Our buddy Sean Farash, the great Trump impersonator, at 9 o'clock. So let's get to the big story that we were all anticipating, the release yesterday. And it took into the evening hours, probably, in the 7, 8 o'clock hour last night, when this information started to trickle out. And there's so much to work our way through, but let's not bury the lead. Let's go right into the names and the information that was dropped last night. As I believe, I saw Benny Johnson had tweeted it, the official document. It's over 940 pages long. So, of course, it's 7:45 at night, and I'm like, all right, well, can I find a more condensed version? Just give me the names and the juicy stuff. I don't want to take until Easter to read this stinking document. So you go through it, and Axios has a pretty good breakdown of the most notable names and some of the damning evidence. And again, worth mentioning that these are not the flight logs. A federal judge unsealed hundreds of pages of court documents from the lawsuit related to the deceased convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who was sentenced last year to 20 years in prison on sex trafficking and other charges. So we get former President Bill Clinton mentioned over 50 times, though the filings, quote, do not indicate any evidence of illegality on his part, so they say. But a very damning quote where Clinton apparently, one of Epstein's accusers say that the financier had remarked that Clinton, quote, likes them young, referring to girls. Makes your skin crawl when you hear that. Clinton, 50 times, likes them young. Prince Andrew is referenced repeatedly in the documents. In one instance, a witness testified that the British prince allegedly, quote, put his hand on my breast, end quote, as he has always denied any wrongdoings in regards to his links to Epstein. Alan Dershowitz, who we mentioned yesterday, who helped Epstein get a sweetheart plea deal, is named in the filings more than 130 different times. Michael Jackson is mentioned. A witness named in the document said she met the late singer at Epstein's house in Palm Beach. When asked if she gave him a massage, she said no. David Copperfield, a witness, said she spoke with the magician at a dinner at Epstein's home. She did not describe any illegal behavior by Copperfield, but representatives for Copperfield did not immediately respond for comment. Those are some of the biggest names: Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Alan Dershowitz, Michael Jackson, David Copperfield. Dawn, your thoughts and reactions to that, because my initial impression and takeaway is, even though these are some very big names, I feel like we have not even cracked the surface as to what really transpired at various locations with various high-profile people with various victims. I think this is a breadcrumb compared to what really is out there, to be honest. I'm a little disappointed by this.
I think, number one, it's good that it's getting the coverage it is.
Oh, sure.
I'm glad that everybody's talking about it, which is appropriate. Everybody wants to know who are the powerful individuals who have been able to somehow duck the media. And I know you're going to get to the media aspect and really a media cover-up. I have been obsessed with this story ever since learning about it. Some of these young victims, how they were groomed, going through really very tough, different types of situations, vulnerable in their lives, the youngest of whom, and some of them, by the way, were brought in from other countries, 12 years old, starting the grooming. I mean, the whole thing is just sick. But for me, I still will say this. For example, with Dershowitz, I know it's easy to go, oh, he's a little freaky guy. But the truth is, she's now a woman who had accused him, then she came back and said, well, it might have been another guy who looked like him. So in the court documents, when they say mentions, these are various court cases, some of them civil cases going back. But my question ultimately, and if you watch that documentary, and I think, we've all talked about this, the authorities knew, and there were some detectives, and one who was profiled in the documentary and interviewed, a father of daughters like you, Nick, and he was somebody who was, the detective in Florida was sickened by this.
Right.
And then when that plea deal was struck, and Epstein had to plead guilty essentially to charges of human trafficking of young girls, etc., and he still got off light. And so the detectives and the police, just from that aspect of it, they were so frustrated. They couldn't believe. And that's when I think they started to think, this guy has some powerful people behind him that he could have cut this unprecedented deal.
Yeah. Lorenzo, what are your takeaways from what you saw and read last night?
I mean, it is actually more than I thought we were going to get, and I guess earlier than I believed we would get it, because they kept kind of saying, oh, this will be delayed, John Doe X, Y, or Z is holding this up, and I just, the craziest thing to me about this story, and the more I looked at it and being around news and news media, as much as this has been suppressed, I just feel the way we were talking about Republican journalism, like you just were, it's the same way with this kind of story, especially because other than if it's Trump, if it seems like the people on the left, they only care if this name, if Trump's on the list. Right. These are children. Why do we not care? Whoever it is,
we all want the lead with the victims.
Exactly. Why are we not talking? These are children. This is an insane story. If this happened in another country and the country was suppressing it the way that we are, we would call them out. But it's happening here. It's happening every day. This is something we need to keep pushing on this. And to Dawn's point, I'm very, very excited that people are, energized and want to know the truth about this.
Yeah, I just think where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yep.
So we get a couple of names. Maybe you weren't expecting, David Copperfield or, we know Michael Jackson's history, but his name was on there. I've got, and this is just an assumption on my part, and these are the documents, 943 pages. I've got to imagine that the flight logs are probably far more salacious and damning, and we've yet to get those. Republican Senator from Brentwood, Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, keeps pushing the issue. She's been, stonewalled at every turn, a lot of pushback and resistance from guys like Dick Durbin. But, I mean, I think this is a step in the right direction, but it's just my assumption that there's so much more out there that we're not even being told about right now.
Now, for Copperfield, he's the famous magician. He reportedly supposedly was brought in as entertainment. That's one report, but that he had actually openly stated, do you know that some of these girls are recruiting other girls? And that he was talking about it, and according to one account within here, that he was disturbed. So some of these people, when we're naming their names, may have been there. Maybe they were brought in for entertainment. And that's what we have to go through. Just because we're mentioning a name, I know, like we mentioned Alan Dershowitz, who's vehemently denied this. Bill Richardson, the former New Mexico governor. Glenn Dubin, billionaire hedge fund manager, and then Les Wexner, that billionaire founder of Bath and Body Works. And then there are some modeling agents from, the French modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel. He's the one who killed himself back in jail just in 2022.
Oh.
He was awaiting trial on charges that he had raped young girls.
So he kills himself. Epstein ends up dead in a cell. Very interesting. I'm sure that's just totally coincidental.
Yeah, the Ghislaine trial's over too. She's locked up. Like this is overdue. So that's like why you're saying, Nick, I'm worried that this is going to just be the crumbs, and they'll be like, oh, well, we know now.
Yeah.
And we don't.
And you mentioned so many people, well, is Trump on the list? Is Trump on the list? The answer is no. Some of the testimony that was released last night, and I guess they're going through the list of names here. One of the questions was Marvin Minsky. Answer, I don't know that. George Lucas, no. Donald Trump, no. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. So for all the left-wing psychos out there that were thinking, oh, I can't wait to see if Trump's name's Donald Trump, apparently nothing to do with any of this. So all the left-wingers can look for their next bit of outrage with Trump. So.
Anthony, we played that sound yesterday of a lawyer back from like 2018, 2019 with a lawyer who talked about Trump. And this is the lawyer representing about more than 70 of the young victims. But I thought that was telling because by all accounts, we keep hearing, and we talked about this yesterday morning, that Trump was somebody who even defended in a 2002 magazine article, said, oh, Jeffrey Epstein, great guy. It was like a puff piece that New York was doing on him.
Right.
And then something turned, and Trump just, didn't have anything to do with him. And so maybe we'll learn more about that. I just find it interesting that Trump never really, he just went silent on the guy.
They probably heard through the grapevine what was going on.
Got word.
I can't be, I'm not going to get involved with that. I'm going to, cut my ties right now because, that's what I would do. I mean, if I had a connection with Jeffrey Epstein and then all of a sudden I found out that he's into sex trafficking with minors and pedophilia, I would sever all ties with that guy and make sure that my name's never connected to him again in any way, shape, or form. You don't want to be connected with that, even if you're not doing anything wrong, right? So.
Yeah, two things I would say about this. Number one, because we've talked a lot about, and I always get it wrong, is it the Sound of Freedom?
The sound.
Yeah, the movie from this summer?
Yes.
Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
I always want to say Voice of Freedom, but Sound of Freedom based on human trafficking. And I think what the ending of that, spoiler alert, but you learn that the number one demand for young kids, boys and girls, in America.
Yeah.
We have tragically, we have the most pervy, creepy, clients here. So I think it brings that to light. But number two, I have heard some people say, well, these girls, they, even though maybe they were 12, 13, 14 when they began to groom them, the one Virginia Giuffre who was previewed in the documentary, at some point she was 16 and 17. And as a 16-year-old, she's the one that was brought to Prince Andrew. I think it's important to have the conversations for parents and all of us to wrap our brains around that when young kids are groomed for something, you may say, well, they were 16, 17, it was consensual. No, they're children.
Yeah, they've been manipulated.
They've been manipulated. They already were children who were deemed by sicko, Ghislaine Maxwell. She chose them for a reason.
Right. They were vulnerable. They were corrupted, and then they just were taken advantage of. And it's like you should come to your senses. It's almost like you're trying to say that they, some people think they should have came to their senses as young adults, which, let's be honest, at 16 or 17, you're not really a young adult.
Exactly.
You're still a minor. You're 10 years away from your brain forming.
But even with something in the family, or even with the priest abuse cases that we've, Spotlight, that amazing movie, what you learn is when they get these young kids, and they groom them, it's almost like brainwashing. And I know it's hard to wrap your brain around, but it's important for parents to look at this. Now, you may say, well, my kid were in a strong family. This could never happen in my family. But think about social media. Think about all the influences, then the mental health crisis. I just think it's important that we're all aware. And I know somebody's going to say, Dawn, you're like, yes, I am paranoid about pedophiles. I'll admit it. When my kids were little, my kids have stories for you. But part of that is because as a news reporter, all of my life, I covered so many of these cases, and they were people who were able to get in with families even and gain their trust.
Yeah. Yep, 855-839-1210. Speaking of news reporters, on the other side, you will hear from ABC's Amy Robach. We're going to get to that clip that surfaced about 5 years ago, what she knew and why it never came to light from what she was informed of back in 2015. We'll go down memory lane there. If you don't recall, stick around. You're going to want to hear and see that, as well as Epstein's brother with a partially false accusation about what could have been in 2016 with the election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Put a bow on the Epstein stuff when we come back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy New Year! I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional, new ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa, new mattresses for a new lease on life, new colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
For more than 50 years,
Oliver Heating and Cooling vans have been pulling up to houses like yours to customers like you. That's more than 50 years of exceptional service, of giving back to the community, of recruiting and training the best people in the industry. This family business has operated under one principle: treat our customers like family and their homes like our own. Because at Oliver Heating and Cooling, family is everything. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Peace of mind for your home and business.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at joeconklin.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at unitedtire.com. That's unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
We'll tell you about that story as we continue. Yes, let's go, Dark Brandon. 855-839-1210. All right, so we mentioned going to the break. ABC's Amy Robach, who apparently, we're going to play you this audio and this video. This was something that I believe surfaced in the fall of 2019 as she was on the set of the studios of ABC News. I guess she was kind of tipped off or had sources or, did her due diligence in reporting on a 2015 interview that she had conducted with Virginia Giuffre, who had then accused Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew of sexual misconduct. And here's the audio and video as she expresses the frustration that the network did not go with and run and publish what they were sitting on. So take a listen and watch this.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like, every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, Oh my God, it was what we had was unreal. Other women backing it up. Hey, yep. Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago, saying there will come a day where we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. I had it all 3 years ago. So do I think he was killed? 100%. Yes, I do. Because he made his whole living blackmailing people. Yeah. There were a lot of men in those planes, a lot of men who visited that island, a lot of powerful men who came into that apartment.
All right, so there you have it. I got to imagine, Dawn, as a TV news anchor and journalist, that's the kind of story, if you're in that profession, that can, make a career and you can be one of those people that breaks that kind of news. You've been in that profession. I mean, what did she go through with basically being told to quash that, and they were sitting on that for so long and couldn't run with it?
A couple of things. She's the one in the headlines for, she was married to Andrew Shue, who is the brother of Elizabeth Shue, right? Elizabeth, and so she was allegedly cheating on her husband, and so she fairly recently had left GMA and is now in a relationship with her former co-anchor TJ Holmes, and that's her. Now she has said she and Andrew Shue, her husband, they were already separated and so on and so forth. So she's, just so everybody knows, she's a very petite, pretty blonde who was on GMA for a long time. So what many people do, and I believe what she did and her team, because when you're at that level at the network, it's not just you. When she says we had it all, she had a producer and a writer.
Full staff.
And she had a full staff working with her. And so they leaked it. That's what you do. You leak it to a print publication, and so it still gets out. It's frustrating because you have it on tape, but I have no doubt whatsoever that she worked with others and she gave up that information because it was too big, and she clearly believed it. You can hear it in her voice. I mean, she knew she was interviewing so many people. And probably because when you're working on a major story like that, you're already doing interviews with so many people who are off the record or on background.
Right.
So by the time you get to somebody who you talk into doing an interview on camera, even if you cover up their identity, you've already interviewed dozens of people.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, she knew a lot more than she was even saying.
Yeah.
So to me, that's I know ABC News is covering this right now. When she refers to the palace, she's referring to Disney, the castle, in Florida and so on and so forth. It's a horrible look for Disney.
Of course.
But there are other media moguls and other major media outlets that ignored this. And I do hope that as we look at the tale of the complicity between media and broadcasting and everything that's going on in our world as far as politically, the pattern that we see, media, so-called mainstream media, is complicit.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Ray in Warminster to wrap up the hour. Ray, you're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You go ahead, Ray.
Happy New Year, everybody.
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you're getting better, by the way.
I'm trying, day by day.
Yeah, I only drove 25 miles on the turnpike before you picked it. So it was a 25-mile phone hold this morning, but it's good. It's good.
What do you got, pal?
So listen, you talked about Trump being positive about Epstein before he found out everything. I knew a person for well over 25 years that I worked with directly for 14 of those years. That if you had told me he would have done what he did, I would never have believed you.
Mm-hmm.
And when the accusations came out of what this person did, which were horrible, I knew this guy for 25 years. If he was doing it for probably all those years, I would never have guessed it in a million years this guy was capable of doing what he did.
Yeah.
That stuff happens all the time. And these stuff just say, he's covering up or whatever. This stuff happens. You could be living right next door to who you think is the kindest human being in the world, and they could be a evil SOB.
Yeah, no, you're right, Ray. There's no doubt about it. There's so many people out there that are capable of living double lives. Having a secret wife, being a serial killer.
I don't know how. I don't
know how people do stuff like that. But some people are just able to pull off, and they can almost it's almost like a split personality where they go from being this person by day and then being that person by night.
Yeah. People, you never know. You could think you know someone as well as you possibly can, and things can change in a second like that. So,
But there were rumors about Epstein that started definitely by 2018, 2019. There was
even at 2015. Trump brought it up in the debates with against Hillary. So, yeah.
Well, speaking of that, the New York Post, just to wrap it up here, Jeffrey Epstein said if he revealed what I know about both candidates, the 2016 election would have to be canceled. That according to Epstein's brother. Let me give you just an excerpt from the New York Post. So Jeffrey Epstein had information on Donald Trump and the Clintons so incendiary that it could have upended the 2016 presidential election if made public, according to the dead financier's younger brother. Quote, here's a direct quote. If I had said what I know about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. That's what Jeffrey told me in 2016. Mark Epstein told the New York Post on Wednesday, recalling a conversation he had with his brother about the showdown between Trump and Hillary Clinton. However, property developer Mark, 69 years old, then decided to not push or to elaborate, saying his brother never revealed to him exactly what he knew about the then presidential hopeful. So this could be all hogwash and nonsense and, a total BS, but he comes out and tries to say that. But to your point, Lorenzo, Trump was mentioning this type of stuff and floating this stuff out there. And what did you say, 2015?
Yeah, that was done 15 on the campaign trail, yeah.
So. All right, well, there you go. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back. We'll get to news for hour 2 with Dawn, and then the fallout from Harvard continues with Claudine Gay. She could actually earn a raise in her new role. So much for being the victim, huh, Claudine? We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2 next. Stay right there.
PNC Bank is committed to making a difference in the lives of customers and communities they serve by helping them move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, PNC is always working to make it easier for people to achieve their goals and plan for the future, whether that's through innovative digital solutions or in person. PNC is proud to be a part of the Delaware Valley community. PNC Bank. See how PNC can make a difference for you at pnc.com/tech.
PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Watching our birds with the family is tradition. And so is saving money on heating bills. So sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan to minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your bills this winter. CNC is proud to carry Lennox products to improve your comfort and air quality. Plus, CNC's clock never expires. We're there for you 24/7. So don't get left out in the cold. Schedule your service or replacement today at cc-hvac.com.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
It's the New Year's mega sale at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week, use public transportation like buses or trains, combine errands to make fewer trips, and take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hour number 2, Kayal and Company underway here on a Thursday morning. Good to have all of you in. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist. Greg Stocker out today. Little bounce back of the flu. He's got a little bit of a fever. He texted us at like 2 in the morning. Crazy guy.
We're in the middle of a segment.
I was like, I'm in the middle of REM sleep right now, pal.
Yeah, I did not see that until it was like, 4:15 this morning, and then I realized I had to run the show.
Don saw it at like 12:45. Don,
I know.
I feel better, buddy. Like, what are you doing awake? We got to be up in 4 hours.
I know. Vampire.
Don never sleeps.
I know.
It's amazing. She runs on coffee. Not Dunkin', though.
Not Dunkin'.
All right. But if Dunkin' wants to sponsor us, they can certainly do so.
Amen.
We'll take
or
their
Wawa
money.
coffee.
Or Wawa.
Yum.
Yeah, we're capitalists on this program. We'll take your dollars. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Coming up in a couple of minutes, we will get to the latest fallout from Harvard University with Claudine Gay. Dorenzo made a good point during the break because I don't know this for certain. I guess I could look it up. Is Jeffrey Epstein a Harvard grad? I think he is. But if I'm wrong, there's certainly pictures of him floating throughout social media wearing the old school sweatshirt. Before like hooded sweatshirts became a thing, you would have like the crew cut sweatshirt.
Yeah.
And he's wearing the Harvard sweatshirt. That's a bit of rough, not a good look for Harvard. Between Claudine Gay and Jeffrey Epstein wearing a Harvard hoodie. If I'm up in Cambridge, Massachusetts, I'm like, you know what? I'd like to get off of the news cycle. Can't you guys go after Trump or go after Biden or go after somebody else? Let's get us out of the news cycle these days. So we will get to the latest with that because Claudine Gay published an op-ed in the New York Times where she goes on the offensive claiming that she fell into a well-laid trap. And she's decrying the attack against her. Not only is it racist, but it's an attack on education and expertise. We'll get to Claudine Gay, who doesn't want to seem to go away. That'll be coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. Actually, right before we get to the news, let's give away these wrestling tickets if we could, Anthony Dorenzo. We've got 3 pairs again to give away in the 7, 8 o'clock, and 9 o'clock hours today. So caller 12 right now at 855-839-1210. You'll get a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling. That is this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. All right, without further ado, the news, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning with snow in the forecast, so we'll tell you when the snow is expected to begin. The forecast, it's a big one. We could see the most significant snowfall in years here across our region. So that's going on, and we'll have the full forecast in just a moment. A lot of news out of Delaware County because of police saying that they cracked 2 cases of 2 different murders, both random type murders. So one of them I profiled at 6 a.m., the murder of an innocent 15-year-old kid walking home one night, one afternoon, I should say, and we have an arrest in that one. The other, just this past October, just this past October, that was the murder of a 65-year-old man as he was pulling up in the parking lot of a mosque in Upper Darby. So we know that the DA of Delco announced the arrest of a man named Herman Steigel, 20 years old, of Philadelphia, in connection to the death of Muhammad Rahman, 65-year-old victim here, who was shot and killed during a carjacking just outside the Islamic Center there along 69th Street. And that happened late October. You may remember this, that Mr. Rahman, his family, his community inside the mosque, he was pulling up for worship. And that's when he was attacked. And this was a carjacking situation that was happening. And just another innocent victim. And again, the arrest of somebody well known to authorities, somebody from Philadelphia crossing over into Delaware County. And this innocent victim, his life taken, his family still grieving. And then we also have the arrest in the case of the 15-year-old Upper Darby boy, and that's one they've been searching for. That suspect, 24-year-old Marson Way. So this morning we're learning more about him, that he's the same suspect, also suspected of stabbing a pregnant woman during a carjacking just 2 months before he's accused of attacking and murdering a 10th grader in the Upper Darby School District, Michael Garr, innocent victim, great kid, who we've talked a lot about. And the community in both these cases was, supporting police, thanking them for their investigations, but just hoping and praying that somebody would come forward or that they would find the right evidence. So they've cracked both these cases. They have arrests in both of these. And much as in the murder of Mr. Rahman, in the murder of young Michael Garr, somebody, again, with a long track record, if you will, of violent crimes.
These tragedies are so preventable if people will just do their stinking job. And this starts with the politicians enforcing the laws, the prosecutors, on down the. I mean, if we're going to just keep giving these get out of jail free cards and these criminal justice reparations, I mean, this is what's going to happen to innocent people. It's tragic.
Now, they're crediting the Philadelphia Crime Lab because all the authorities have, we have a lot of new technology that we've talked a lot about. So the Philadelphia Crime Lab assisting this and connecting a lot of the dots. So DNA evidence. So that's good news, and giving local law enforcement as well as statewide law enforcement more ammunition, if you will, as far as technology and the labs and all of that. And they've asked for more of that. That's something that Mayor Sherrell Parker had talked about. So hopefully we see more crimes being solved thanks to the Crime Lab and their great work here in Philadelphia as well as in the suburbs. Masks are required for patients and visitors at all mainline health facilities. That official release, that announcement, and the masking requirement begins today, Thursday, January 4th, and it will last for 2 weeks.
Okay. We got to flatten the curve over the next 14 days.
Yeah, they're saying, and they're talking about, and there are a ton of them. Mainline health, they span across our region. So a lot of times you think of just the mainline hospitals, in Bryn Mawr, Lankenau, where my boys were born, that sort of thing. No, it's across the region. Broomall, Exton Square, KOP, Collegeville, all mainline healthcare locations.
This is one of the reasons why I haven't gone to my local doctor or like one of those little urgent care places. Because of the post-nasal thing I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
I probably should have like have them look up my nose and look down my throat just to see if I have like a sinus infection or if they want to give me like a steroid or, something to knock it out. And the reason I haven't gone is because I just don't have it. I don't want to have to go in, put the mask on, be asked 5 different questions. Have you had COVID recently? Have you been in contact with anybody with COVID? I'm just like, no, not that I know of. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm asymptomatic. And it's because of this again. We're gonna do. Although I will say, I'm a little surprised that the schools haven't reinstated mask mandates post holidays. I was wrong on that guess, and I'm glad. I'm glad to be wrong.
Yeah, thank God for that. I by the way, Anthony, I told Ant I was trying to bring you because we have honey.
Yeah,
we have a nice ginger tea, a ginger lemon tea.
Yeah,
the hot water machine is broken.
Oh, shocking!
We have 2 of them.
Right.
So I said, Aunt, I'm trying to bring him some tea with some honey, to try to.
Yeah, we got to go across to the other side of the building to get the hot water.
Maybe they have the whip side is.
Yeah, the sports side. The sports and KYW will have all the good stuff.
They'll have all the hot water.
We get the busted Yetis and the busted Keurigs.
So, from hopefully, I think you might have, like you're saying, not COVID, not flu, not RSV, thank God.
Yeah.
But these COVID and flu cases are rising across the region. That's why Mainline Health is doing the mask thing. But RSV infections, they say, they are down in our area, up in other parts of the country. But for New Jersey and PA,
right,
cross your fingers, RSV cases going down. So the CDC making some comments about that. So Christianacare and Tower Health, they're urging all patients and visitors to wear a mask, especially if you are coming in sick, but they're not mandating it.
Yeah. I mean, luckily, I haven't had loss of smell or taste. I haven't had a stuffy nose or runny nose. I just have the post-nasal drip just going right down the back of my throat. That's the only thing I've had for like 7 days, but it just hasn't given up.
Which is the worst, when you're hosting
a broadcaster
4-hour morning show.
I know. My God.
I love everybody's rooting for you. We heard, a gentleman calling just a second ago saying, "Hey, your voice sounds a little better." In New Jersey, we have Governor Phil Murphy. He was speaking out about some of these more immigrant buses arriving in New Jersey. And so it's being used as a transit point for these migrant buses headed for New York City after the new executive order, this according to the governor. So, we've talked about this, that in the past, Governor Phil Murphy took a pass on letting migrants come to New Jersey. But Murphy's office has reportedly confirmed that, yes, New Jersey is being used as this transit point for all of these migrant buses in response to New York City Mayor Eric Adams' new executive order he's trying to regulate how the so-called asylum seekers are continuing to arrive in the Big Apple.
Okay.
So I think they're playing this this game back and forth.
Oh, of course they
right?
are.
Because they're Democrats, so they don't want to look like they're, they don't want to look like they're against sanctuary cities, New Jersey, right?
Right.
They're on record as saying we're a sanctuary.
Yeah.
But not really.
No, not at all.
So we have that going on, and we're watching that very carefully. And I know that I think Murphy held a news conference yesterday, so maybe we'll have that sound moving forward. Just some other headlines. The Biden administration last night made it official, even though we knew this was coming, we've talked about it. The Biden administration suing Texas for their border policy. So they made it official last night about 6 o'clock-ish.
Because Greg Abbott actually has the audacity to enforce the law and make it a crime if you illegally enter his... Like, where would we be right now without Texas is the only state. Well, I guess you maybe throw in Arizona as well. But, like, Texas has really kind of been left out there to dry. Like, forget sanctuary cities for a moment and what Eric Adams is pleading for, or Brandon Johnson, or anybody else, because these are the ones that said, oh, yeah, we're a sanctuary city. Come here. Come one, come all. And then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, we're way too full. We can't deal with this. The Biden administration, can you help us out? Greg Abbott's the only guy fighting back against this. I mean, obviously he deals with it more than any because of, where the state's located, but thank God for Greg Abbott. And yet the mainstream media will vilify him. It's inhumane to do what you're doing. Okay.
Inhumane to show up Democrats?
Yeah.
That, to your point, Nick, think about that. If Abbott had not thought of busing folks to kind of spread the wealth, then we wouldn't know about it, because New York City was a brilliant destination because it's the media mecca.
Well, and then yesterday, the White House had the audacity to say on January 3rd that immigration is down, so they actually opened up 4 other points of entry. Can you imagine sitting there and having the gall to say immigration is down after the December we just had, where there was 302,000 encounters? That was a new record, by the way. They
last month.
The binder just gets up there and she lies to you every day at 2:00.
We have a date on record. So House Republicans, of course, including our local Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, they were in Eagle Pass, Texas yesterday, and they're today meeting with law enforcement. Speaking of the Texas border, House Republicans are to seek impeachment of U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and they've set a date for next Wednesday. So that's going on. And, of course, we have Donald J. Trump, I'm just headlining this, asking the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, to overturn that controversial Colorado ballot ruling that Nick Kayal has talked a lot about. And President Joe Biden coming to our region tomorrow. Why tomorrow, when, in fact, he was slated to come here on January 6th for the 3rd commemoration of J6? He's coming here tomorrow because of the storm that is looming. Major storm and precipitation event. I'll call it that, a major precipitation event. So all the meteorologists love talking about this, and we'll see a lot of headlines. But truthfully, this thing could change, and it could change to all rain, or it could change to a whole lot of snow. So as we look at the forecast, we're at 37 degrees and cloudy right now. Feels like 35 out with a slight breeze. Let's look at the high for today. A lot of bright sunshine today, 44 degrees, cooling down to 40 for a very sunny, brisk Friday for you. And then Saturday. Now, I'm looking at the forecast since about an hour and 10 minutes ago. We were at 39 degrees. Now the high for Saturday, 38 degrees.
Okay. It's going down.
Remember yesterday they said it was going to be
40s or low 40s.
So this tells me, when we have 100% chance of precipitation, originally earlier this weekend on last Sunday, they were saying Saturday would be an all rain event. But looking north and northwest of the city of Philadelphia, for example, we're going to see snow, not for everybody, but it looks more likely that it's going to be the snow. It's a nor'easter. Sunday morning, snow coming in. But we are supposed to warm up across the region on Sunday to 41 degrees. And then Monday, bright sunny skies, 44 degrees. So it melts. The timing really matters here, obviously. But we're going we're going to get snow. Some models, some meteorologists in the area are saying up to 6 inches, especially north and northwest. So if you're in the Poconos, then obviously a great ski weekend, I guess.
Yeah.
My question is for New York, with obviously the Eagles playing the Giants in New York.
The Eagles!
What does that mean? Are they going to be playing in a blizzard and a snowstorm?
As if that game couldn't be uglier, with the two teams in their current states, with the Giants stinking and the Eagles on a bad run. Now we're going to play in a blizzard. Great.
Oh, my goodness.
Mhm.
Captive audience we will be. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. On the other side, Claudine Gay, the victim or not. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich. It's Yoli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
The Eagles must find a way to band together and bury the Giants Sunday at the Meadowlands. We've learned that it's not how you start, it's how you finish. They almost blew a 20-3 lead against the Giants 2 weeks ago. Last week, they did collapse after leading Arizona 21-6 at the half. Against the Giants team with nothing at stake, at least a 2-touchdown win is needed. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company as we continue Thursday morning. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. The great Sean Farash coming up at 9 o'clock. Donald Trump impressionist will be joining us for the first time in the new year. Going to have a few laughs. A lot of heavy stuff here in the first hour and a half of the show, from the big take to all the Jeffrey Epstein documents that were revealed last night to the fallout that continues with Harvard University and Claudine Gay. And, you know, you reiterate it again and again and again, but the left, they don't want to hear it. It's not about race. It was never about race because, well, McGill at Penn also was forced out of her job because of anti-Semitism, and she's a white lady. So it has nothing to do with the color of your skin or your race. This has to do with anti-Semitism for both McGill and Gay. And in Gay's case, it was anti-Semitism and plagiarism. So apparently the guilt trip continues as she continues to play the victim card. And we're talking about Claudine Gay, who just published an op-ed in, surprise, surprise, the New York Times, where she decries attacks on, quote, education and expertise. And she says that she, quote, fell into a well-laid trap before Congress, and says that the people who called for her resignation and firing trafficked in lies and stereotypes about, quote, black talent. Let me read you this. This is her op-ed guest essay. I don't know if she plagiarized this as well or not, but she says, what happened to me at Harvard is bigger than just me. She goes on to say, yes, I made mistakes in my initial response to the atrocities of October 7th. I should have stated more forcefully what all people of good conscience know. Hamas is a terrorist organization that seeks to eradicate the Jewish state. And at a congressional hearing last month, I fell into a well-laid trap. I neglected to clearly articulate that calls for the genocide of Jewish people are abhorrent and unacceptable, and that I would use every tool at my disposal to protect students from that kind of hate. Never did I imagine needing to defend decades-old and broadly respected research, but the past several weeks have laid waste to truth. Those who had relentlessly campaigned to oust me since the fall often trafficked in lies and insults, not reasoned argument. They recycled tired racial stereotypes about black talent and temperament. They pushed a false narrative of indifference and incompetence. And there's more to it, but I'll stop right there. See, the big issue here is she is now once again trying to say that this was racially motivated, there was an agenda here, which clearly there wasn't. And I actually think the MIT leader is going to survive, because if you read yesterday, the MIT leader that also fell into the same mistakes as Claudine Gay and Liz McGill at Penn, she actually penned a letter and emailed it out to the entire student body at MIT saying that maybe she didn't understand the levels of anti-Semitism that are apparently going on at places like Harvard, Penn, and MIT, and she asked to be educated, and I'm paraphrasing here, she asked to be educated on maybe her ignorance. And that's all you had to do was either decry and say, you know what, no, obviously genocide and the calls for genocide do not fall under the Harvard Code of Conduct. She would have kept her job. Or she could have said, when she had 17 different opportunities under Elise Stefanik's questioning, to say, all right, well, maybe I'm unaware of just how bad of a problem this really is. Ignorance is no defense. Please educate me on this. She probably keeps her job. But she's gone down kicking and screaming. She lasted, 28 days.
Mm-hmm.
The plagiarism counts continued to rise to 40, if not 50 different incidents. And there was no other recourse. There was no other option for Harvard but to basically say, hey, you have to step down. You have to resign. And we're feeling it financially from big donors. But yet, immediately, she's got the opportunity to go to the New York Times and pen an op-ed. I said yesterday in the Big Take, Dawn, she'll probably end up as a guest host on MSNBC by February. And, oh, by the way, if she wants to play the victim card, she's going to continue to get paid $900,000 a year.
It's ridiculous. And that's, as I said yesterday, I mean, Elise Stefanik asked 17 times asking the question, and after the third or fourth, or how is this a well-laid trap? It's a really direct question to just asking the question about condemning somebody who is saying, is the genocide of Jewish people, is this wrong? Is it part of your policy? This was a no-brainer. And to say it's a well-laid trap?
It's a one-word answer.
That's absurd.
It's a one-word answer. Do you condone this? No. Will you tolerate this? No.
Yeah, she should have emphatically said it.
Will you take action?
Of course,
yes.
And of course we don't. And she could have thrown it back on the Republican New York Congresswoman. She could have thrown it back and said, all due respect here, Congresswoman, but of course I condemn this. Of course it's not part of our policy. And that should have been her reaction.
Yep. According to the New York Post, Harvard will continue to pay her around $900,000 a year, even for her lesser role as a top administrator. Quote, she is expected to receive a salary comparable to what she previously received, if not higher, adds the New York Post. You keep talking about race, and it's a racial motivated attack, and I would argue it actually is about race. You probably only got this job as a DEI hire that you were not qualified for because of your race and or gender. And you're probably only remaining in this role where you're going to make just a sliver below a 7-figure salary because of your race and or gender. I would assume, now maybe there's some tenure stuff and there's legal stuff when you become a tenured associate professor or whatever, but I would argue that if this was a straight white man, he's not seeing a $900,000 job a year salary any further, and he's probably removed completely from Harvard. That's just a guess on my part, but Claudine Gay wants to play the victim card. And then, of course, the other Ivy League institutes are still trying to come out and defend her, as a Yale professor is coming out and now accusing Bill Ackman of acting like a bully over his fierce crusade against Harvard University president Claudine Gay. The Yale professor, he goes by the name of, let me see here, it's Gonzalez, Greg Gonzalez, associate professor at Yale's School of Public Health, wrote on X on Tuesday, "It's time to stand up to people like him. He's oblivious," Gonzalez wrote, triggering a public spat with the billionaire from Pershing Square Capital Management. That's the founder, Bill Ackman. And Ackman then defended himself, asking Gonzalez to clarify. And he says, quote, "What did I say about Harvard President Claudine Gay that has anything to do with money, other than elevating concerns about Gay that were held by thousands of Harvard students, faculty, and alumni? What is so bad about my so-called influence on American education?" Again, this was about anti-Semitism, this was about plagiarism, and this was about basically Claudine Gay willing to die on that hill, so to speak, when it came to not saying what everybody with a functional brain would say when asked about anti-Semitism on campus with Elise Stefanik. So she'll be just okay. You know, she's going to be A-okay. She'll be just fine. $900,000 a year to continue on after all of that. So we'll see how the rest of this plays out. I don't think anything's going to happen to the lady at MIT. I think she actually, maybe in the 23rd hour, came to her senses and reached out. And look, all you got to do is kind of send out an email to the student body and admit your mistake. And, you know, I think we're a pretty forgiving society. Like, okay, I got it wrong. Now, please educate me on why I got it wrong. And I think most people typically forgive you for that and are willing to move on. Of course, people are going to want to continue to get their pound of flesh, and they'll tell you when you've had enough. But I think the MIT person will survive. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, work our way towards what's on the cut sheet. That's coming up at 7:45. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, so you know they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for this.
Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them now. Make 2024 the year you are back to living your normal life again. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. Yeah, they're the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And these are all natural treatments that can repair and restore your damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the country, and right here, so many of you have said, Dawn, I feel great again. My golf, whether it's your golf, your tennis, playing around with the grandkids, going for that walk, people who'd suffered with knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, who were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So if you're suffering in pain, maybe with a past injury or some pain associated with arthritis, just check this out. The future of medicine, it's here. Regenerative treatments, thanks to QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA as well as your FSA funds. So call QC Kinetics, get that free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, call them, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$7:42, Kayal and Company as we continue live here on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 2 or 3 minutes? Our buddy Sean Farash at 9 o'clock. And we figured out how to get the hot water to work in the coffee area of the kitchen on our side of the building. Because apparently to get the hot water to come out, you have to hold the hot water button down while simultaneously holding down the cold water button.
Yeah. It's annoying like everything else in this building.
Yeah. Hold the cold water and okay.
Right. Both buttons simultaneously, kaboom, hot water.
And then pat your head and your stomach at the same time.
Right. Jesus. You always got to go around your butt to get to your elbow. It's unbelievable. All right, third world country indeed. But so we've got the cup. I've got the cup of tea in here, so I should be good for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. But I
figured the honey.
No, I didn't go honey. I just went with what you said, the lemon organic herbal tea.
It's like it got a little ginger.
It's got a little ginger to it. Yeah, a little bit of what do we call that? Like a little spice, a little bite to it. I think
it's good for you.
It is good for you.
For your throat, clear everything.
I feel better now. I'm ready to roll. First hour and 40 sucked, but now we'll get it going. 855-839-1210. All right, so still ahead, before we get to the after the cut sheet, actually, Sean Farash coming up at 9 o'clock. Dan Crenshaw, Republican from Texas, completely eviscerates Jesse Waters. We're going to go through this. I've never seen anything like this between a conservative media member and a conservative politician. Jesse Waters made reference to Dan Crenshaw in one of his monologues, and Crenshaw, the Republican from Texas, went to social media and completely nuked Jesse Waters. We will get to that coming up a little bit later. Also, Joe Biden is going to go into dark Brandon mode as he's going to play up a lot of historical negatives with our country as he ramps up his 2024 campaign because, well, he doesn't have any positives to tout. He doesn't have hardly any successes, and he's not trending in the polls in any favorable light with really any demo or group. So what do? You drum up the historical past of this country. I don't know that it will work, but that's going to be in the Biden wheelhouse starting this Friday. So we'll give you those details as we continue this morning. But right on time, 7:45. Let's get to an Anthony DiRenzo installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time because they need to clear their lot. They are undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation, and they need to make some room for their construction vehicles, so get on over there. Take advantage of the incredible sale options, leases as well. Just visit Cherry Hill Volvo today. We're going to start here. Pat McAfee, Jimmy Kimmel, stole pretty much the entire news cycle this week, and that continues to be a story. Pat McAfee, though, this may have come from the powers that be at the top, but he wanted to clarify some things legally and kind of acknowledge how serious the comments were. This was Pat yesterday on his program. This is Cut 1. Go.
Whenever you're freewheeling and dealing in here, and you're having conversations,
letting it fly.
They can certainly lead to some places that cause like international news and things like that. And whenever there's accusations made about people, that can lead to lawsuits. Now, have been in one before.
Yes.
With Brett Favre. Now, how'd that case end? Well, it ended with me having to read a letter, basically stating that I know nothing that anybody else doesn't know publicly already, that I'm not in the know for that whole thing. And then that was kind of disappeared, but that was a big thing for a long time. Yeah. How did that come? Well, we just started making jokes about stuff. We started talking shit about stuff. And then our show, I think that is a good part of what we do, is we're able to kind of just roll with the punches. We're able to have a good time. We're all rather invested and studied in what's happening around the sports world at all times. Caitlin Clark last night.
Hell yeah. Unreal.
Wait to hear about Luke Littler today.
Oh, good.
So we are very much in that world. So everybody that comes on the stage has to be able to basically keep up with where we're headed. There's no there's no formal outline of what we're going to talk about, how we're going to talk about it. There's no A block, B block, C block. There's no scheduled conversations. There's no scheduled debates. There's no topics for you to think about before you get in there. There is just an opportunity to talk about damn near everything for 3.5 hours. And in doing so, the upside of that is some magic can come that you never knew was going to come.
Absolutely.
Good times can be had, laughs can be had, especially when you're rolling on 2 hours of sleep like we were yesterday after the Rose Bowl. You can have a blast. And on the flip side, there could be some things that were certainly probably, we're going to have to hear from Aaron on that, meant to be shit talk joke that can then become something that is obviously a very serious.
All right. Obviously, we didn't screen the oh, my God.
Sorry.
Anyway, so Pat McAfee, do we have the actual apology at the end, or do we not want to air that in case of another?
Yeah, we need to. He was saying shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Oh, darn.
So do we have the part where he actually gets to the long-winded apology, or?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I thought the file was ready.
Yeah. Come on, boys.
So you had talked about this yesterday, Nick.
Yeah.
And
go ahead, Don.
No, I was just going to tee that up.
Yeah, because Pat McAfee had Aaron Rodgers on, and Rodgers made the kind of in passing comment that when the Epstein stuff comes out, Jimmy Kimmel should be a little worried, to which Jimmy Kimmel got wind of that and fired back on social media saying, hey, if you keep bringing this up and putting my name attached to the Epstein stuff, we will hash out these facts in a court of law, basically saying you don't have the right to, defame me or, throw any, accusations out there. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, to which I'm sure, because I said this yesterday, the Pat McAfee show airs on ESPN. Jimmy Kimmel's show airs on ABC. They are owned simultaneously by Disney. So that they probably viewed this as, Disney on Disney crime, and Pat McAfee is a guy who you just heard right there. Like, they don't go into the show with a script. They're not planning things out. He's not doing a big take or anything like that. And they were just spitballing. And I would take it to the bank, having worked for an ESPN radio affiliate and having worked in sports where the brand managers are always on eggshells as to what a host might say at any given moment, that they were probably like, hey, you need to retract that. You need to apologize, and you need to clear this up, because you can't be just saying that Jimmy Kimmel's linked to X, Y, and Z if you have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if only he could clean up the apology, because he says the S the S word in the apology, but ultimately, what he's saying is this was all sarcastic. And the problem with this soundbite age and the Twitter X age is that things get taken out of context.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, I think that's what he's saying here, that, McAfee believed Aaron Rodgers was just trying to basically bust the chops of Jimmy Kimmel.
Mm-hmm.
But because we're in this age where it's a tiny clip here, a tiny clip there, Jimmy Kimmel felt like he had to react to. So ultimately, they're reacting to something that's not even real or legit.
That's correct. And, ESPN's trying to get away, or to some extent, and ditch the image that they are very, very progressive and left-wing, which they are. It's not an image. It's a reality. It's a fact of life. So they hired Pat McAfee because again, I don't know if McAfee's a conservative, but he's certainly not a liberal. He's certainly not progressive, and he's not woke. And he's had on Aaron Rodgers because they have a relationship. And Aaron Rodgers has been vilified by the media for not getting the COVID-19 vaccine. And then all of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers is labeled a right-winger. Aaron Rodgers is born in the Bay Area. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is a conservative, but he's a guy that's talked about free speech. He's talked about his right not to take the COVID shot. And he's also a guy that has publicly endorsed RFK Jr. So, the mainstream media hates him. I'd be just willing to bet that the suits at ESPN are sitting there behind closed doors saying, man, this McAfee Rodgers thing. I mean, these guys we're in the headlines every week or every other week for reasons that we probably don't want to be, even though on shows like ours, we talk about this stuff. So it's not foreign for us. But for ESPN, it's kind of cringe.
I don't know. I think they want the ratings, though. I think that's why they let him do things like that.
Until they get blowback.
No.
Until they lose advertisers.
It's Disney. I disagree, Anthony, with the controversy. I think Anthony's right. Of course, they want the headlines, but I think that they are very corporate, very, they don't want this kind of controversy. And that's why he had to come out and he had to apologize.
Well, that's why he immediately said something, too, when it happened.
So. Because they made him. They called him in. They called his agent. And they said, dude, you got to walk that back because we don't. And he even says in the apology something like, we hate to be part of something negative.
Yeah.
And that's what, negativity. We want to be in the headlines, but not negative.
Right. They want to have their cake, and it's like you can't have it both ways.
Well, they've even admitted they want to sell ESPN and ABC, I think, for these reasons.
Yep.
So I think they're waiting for that day to come. But regardless, let's move on here. This will be cut 2, Phil. We obviously have talked about Claudine Gay a lot, and this was kind of a little bit of a montage here showing how Claudine Gay was defended over and over again by the mainstream media. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
There is this sort of open war on Black progress, Black history. Claudine Gay, the president of Harvard University, at least up until she resigned, is now the latest casualty of that.
There very much is a racial component. I don't think it's fair to say all of her critics were racist, but certainly a few of them were.
It looks as though she was targeted. The fact that she's a Black woman and the first person who is a Black American to lead Harvard only added to their thirst to dethrone her.
That 300 million.
Yeah, that's a bunch of crap. Again, as I said about 10 minutes ago, this has nothing to do with race because Liz McGill, white lady from the University of Penn, also had to step aside from her role. This has nothing to do with race. This has everything to do about anti-Semitism and also what is protected under free speech, what is condoned on college campuses with the First Amendment when it comes to what you can or cannot say, and calling for the genocide and the eradication of an entire group of people. I'm sorry, to me, in my world, that should not be permitted, and you had ample opportunities to walk it back. She could have did what Pat McAfee did and walked it back, but Claudine Gay did not do that. So she happens to be a Black woman, but it's not because she's a Black woman.
Yeah, agreed. I think everybody agrees. I think most people, you just know that that's absurd, but that's all they have. Once again, to say, oh, this is somehow racist or what have you.
And really, you know what it also is? It's a judgment call. And it's a judgment. It's a lack of judgment. And it's multifactorial here. It's her lack of judgment on the anti-Semitism situation. I mean, she was, I mean, how long was this going on? Well, October 7th till when she testified before Elise Stefanik. It was a matter of days, if not weeks. So you read the room, you understand the temperature of the situation. She failed to understand that, so poor judgment on her part. But then again, when you see the plagiarism accusations come out and then the proof, she has a history of poor judgment because she is taking other people's thoughts, ideas, and words and using them as her own and not properly citing them. That's also a lack of judgment. So I think from top to bottom, her ability to assess the situation, make the right decision, and move forward with it has been in question probably for 25 or 30 years. She probably has a history of this, and it all comes to surface now.
Well, and the whole plagiarism thing, it seems like they only really cared when it was someone that wasn't on the left. Like, like we were talking about Epstein earlier, it seems like if this was someone who was right-wing, that plagiarism would have been a much bigger deal than it seemed like they made it out to be originally.
And I love how somebody else came out in the media, or maybe it was an Ivy League person. Well, let's start looking at all the proper citations of conservatives. Okay, let's do that. That's fine by me. I mean, I'm sure there are people that have plagiarized across the board, across the political spectrum. Mm-hmm. But it's that, like, whataboutism. We're not talking about everybody else right now. We're talking about Claudine Gay. Don't deflect and try to pivot out of it. Own up to your mistake.
Exactly. And kind of going off that, we're going to go to Cup 5 here. This is Vivek, who continues, like you said, he's been a rock star on social media ever since this Trump Colorado thing, it seems like. But he continues to kind of go at the media's hard as he can. He was on with NBC. This was an NBC exclusive. He expanded on the straw man argument about white supremacy. This is Cup 5. Go.
Let's talk about what white supremacy and what happened last night for a moment, because when you were talking to reporters last night, you called white supremacy a myth. When someone asked you about Dylan Roof, you said you didn't know who that is. Have you looked up what happened in 2015?
Yeah, look, I said this last night. Invidious racial discrimination is wrong no matter how it happens. But if a Washington Post reporter is asking me almost like a catechism, whatever question I said, I'm against invidious racial discrimination, whatever form it takes, but says, do you denounce white supremacy? It's incumbent on us for us to define what white supremacy is. I wrote my book, Woke Inc., and I've written about the detailed understanding of what the popular understanding of these terms have come to mean. Do you believe punctuality is a vestige of white supremacy, Dasha?
Look,
because if you don't, then you have a disagreement about many of the people who are defining those terms, or the written word, or the use, or the nuclear family. These aren't my words. These are the words of intellectual proponents from Ibram Kendi to the Ayanna Presleys to BLM that have said these are vestiges of white supracy. So
Mr. Ramaswamy,
we can't have it both ways.
What you do, though.
We have to have an honest discussion.
Straw man arguments. Last night you brought up Jussie Smollett as the best example of white
Smollett was the hottest thing in news in the back of a fake actual attack on him that we have to contend with.
And yet you have examples like the Buffalo shooter in New York just in 2022.
You have other examples.
But you are also cherry picking when you bring up Jussie Smollett.
I'll look at all of the statistics. More black-on-black crime. If you really care about actual crime against black Americans, let's get to the root causes of it in the inner cities of this country.
The Anti-Defamation League tracked a 38% increase in white supremacist propaganda last year.
Who's tracking that?
The Anti-Defamation League.
Yeah, the ADL, I don't think is a particularly credible source when they have cherry-picked information.
When we're talking about
I would suggest look at there's a table, 2x2 table, federal law enforcement data, which you could say what you do. Maybe we shouldn't believe that either. But look at black on Asian crime, black on black crime,
the FBI hate crime statistics. That's a law enforcement agency. 59.1% was based on race, ethnicity, and ancestry, saying hate crimes rose 12% between 2020 and 2021.
Look at the absolute crimes themselves. What they classify as a hate crime is itself a political judgment. I think that when you actually care about protecting life, if you want to say Black Lives Matter, let's look at where black lives are actually being lost. It's in the cities, at the heart of other black Americans and criminals.
And that's absolutely an issue that we talk about as well, but are we supposed to ignore white supremacist hate crimes?
We're not supposed to ignore any kind of crime, Dasha. That's what I say. But what I see is a selective reporting. Take the Nashville Transgender Shooter Manifesto. Every shooter manifesto in a mass shooting has been released within 48 hours, except for that one shooter in Nashville. Now, it ended up being leaked. What do you see? It wasn't a white supremacist. It was somebody that was actually making fun of using derogatory terms. I believe.
Okay, so why are you okay talking about that manifesto and not talking about the manifesto from the 2015?
I'm more than okay talking about both. But what I'm asking is, why is the mainstream media suppress that one? Why did the police suppress that one?
I thought he handled that really, really well. Yeah. And I think you had said there, was that Dasha Burns?
Yeah.
And she wouldn't let him finish. That whole setting.
Shocker.
That's go ahead, Dawn.
No, it's here's the thing. These interviews on television, you can edit them. Was that live? Because I'm not sure. Was it?
I think that was pre-taped. Yeah.
Because I believe it was pre-taped.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the point? Other than you're trying to appease your liberal base, right? To interrupt Vivek. So just shut your trap. Let the man finish his point.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to edit it later, edit it down for air, but then say you can find the entire interview unedited.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, if I'm the Vivek, we have to ask Kathy about this. If any candidate like this, a Republican, you should always record when you're walking in.
Absolutely.
So
you can post the full version of it for context.
And that's what the network should do. But she wants to look smart and sassy in front of her liberal audience.
And what's up with the person next to her? It was like a dual fact checker sitting there with her little.
Is she like an intern?
Her little notepad.
They have a staff, and she has somebody in her earpiece. They have a control room full of people, and that's exactly what that is. It's not your job to fact check him in real time. Let the man answer, and then even the follow up could have been, couldn't. Two things. In other words, he's saying the ADL, he doesn't necessarily believe in all of their stats.
Right.
I quite frankly believe that two things can be true at once.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, sometimes when they say hate crimes have risen and they're looking at those percentages, that does not refute what law enforcement is talking about. So I think two things can be true at once. I'll push back on Vivek a little bit on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what he was talking about was zooming out, looking at the big picture. If we look at here in Philadelphia, most of these crimes that every morning I'm starting out with, tragically at 6 o'clock in the morning,
right?
Including this morning, by the way.
Yep.
Both of those offenders that I reported on this morning are African American young men. One from I think originally Ohio.
Yeah.
And these were the Delco stabbings. The other one from Philadelphia. Both African American offenders.
Yeah. Well, and this is what the mainstream media always does. They don't want to talk about Black Lives Matter only when it fits the certain narrative of white person and black victim. Then it's an issue. When it's black on black crime, it's just on the back burner. It hardly ever gets mentioned. It is what it is. Well, that's the way it is in urban cities. And of course, also, they want to talk about white supremacy and other hate crimes. Yet for 3 months now, since October the 7th, they have almost tried to minimalize the rise in hate crimes against Jewish people. So they selectively pick and choose which hate crimes get the coverage and draw the salacious appeal because they want to continue to drive home this white supremacy racism narrative. Mm-hmm. And I've said this for years and years and years, and for the entire existence of this show. I think the demand for racism from mainstream media far out exceeds the supply. And I've said that for a long time. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It certainly does, and it's awful. But to the levels that they talk about, like every white person, I'm like, stop. Enough. Yeah.
Well, and as far as Dylan Roof, so apparently they asked Vivek about Dylan Roof, and he didn't, off the top of his head, recognize that name. Yeah. Right? That's what happened.
Yep.
I'll tell you, I mean, I think my husband had, this was 2015. So think about how long ago this was. I mean, we cover this stuff. If you said Dylan Roof right off the top of your head, I would have to, okay, he was the Charleston killer. That's how he was known in the headlines. And so, you know, this is one of those, remember the MSNBC, Aleppo. You don't know where Aleppo is. It's one of those moments where it's like their aha moment. Mm-hmm. Instead of if you're asking a question about something that happened about 9-10 years ago, give the person who's running for office, who's going through many issues in their lives, if it's something that long ago, just say something to the effect of Dylan Roof, you know, the mass murderer, neo-Nazi racist who walked into a Charleston, South Carolina church,
right,
opened fire on black African-American parishioners who, by the way, later forgave him because he asked for forgiveness. He's on death row in Virginia. But like they didn't do that because again, it's all about the aha moment. Oh, he didn't know who Dylan Roof is. He must be a racist. That's absurd.
You talk about Claudine Gay saying that she fell into the trap that was laid. That was a trap that NBC was trying to lay there on Vivek.
Yes. And a great thing that Vivek could have said is, you know what, I try not to say, and I think some media even tries not to say the racist killer's name, but rather can you as the anchor, turn that around on Dasha and say, Dasha, can you name any one of those innocent victims gunned down in that Charleston church? Maybe you ought to go back and interview some of these individuals, turn it back around on the media. And also, Dasha, how many times have you covered all of the black on black crime that's happening in great cities like Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Miami, New York City?
Yeah.
Isn't the media complicit at racist in the fact that you'll cover a white kid in the burbs, you'll cover them all day. Some white girl's missing out in Utah, you're going to cover that all day long.
Yep. And by the way, too, I don't know if maybe I haven't seen much of Dasha Burns, but did she change her hair? What was up with like the slicked back look? She had like a Bridget Nielsen look going on.
Bridget
I thought that was Bridget Nielsen from Rocky IV with Drago. If we could get a still shot of her up there. Phil, if you could, give me a still shot of Dasha Burns, and then if we could find a picture of Bridget Nielsen on Google, that would be great.
You cracked me up.
Oh, my God. I don't know. Is that her normal look? I was like taken aback by it. It was like a short haircut with like brushed back, like I don't know if she had like hair gel in it or whatever, but I'm not even saying it was a bad look. I kind of dig it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not bad.
When you go to here's the thing, I will say, when I was at CBS Network, they have, hair and makeup. For whatever reason, they want to cut your hair short.
Is that real?
I've always worn my hair long. They want to do what they did to her. They want to butchy, like cut it short.
Yeah, right there it is on
it
YouTube.
back.
If we have it up again, you see
What is
it?
up with that?
Is that her normal look, or maybe I don't just consume her content enough to?
It's what hair and makeup. They just cut. They want to cut your hair off.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but look at.
The girl next to her is real miserable looking, isn't she?
I don't know.
Jeez.
But she, Dasha Burns. This is the NBC News correspondent that you're talking about. She grew up in California. Went to Berkeley.
Oh.
Just giving you a little background.
West Coast elitist.
So, she did opinion pieces for CNN. We can imagine where her politics falls. I'm just saying. So I don't like when somebody is interrupting, especially a presidential candidate or whoever.
Yeah.
Just let the person finish.
Right. What's the point of having on people from the, quote, other side of the aisle if you're just going to hijack the interview the whole time?
Exactly.
If you think about it, this started with Caitlin Collins with Trump.
Yeah.
When she had the earpiece in, she was being fed all the fact-checking information, and since then, it's been a nonstop avalanche assault against every conservative on a mainstream platform for the most part, except for Chris Christie. He's the only guy that doesn't seem to get ambushed all the time because, well, he's on there to rip Trump anyway, so they're just going to let him
Bingo.
go. Yep.
That you nailed it.
Yep.
As long as somebody is going to be an anti-Trumper, they can talk all day long.
Yep.
Well, speaking of that, Ron DeSantis continues to try to find ways to stay relevant, and he's been on the campaign trail talking about Trump and Obama and comparing them a bit when it comes to migration. This is cut 9. Go ahead.
And, Donald Trump is running saying he's going to do the largest deportation in history, which is interesting because I was at his rallies in 2016 where he said the exact same thing. And what was the result? Fewer deportations than the first term of Barack Obama. That is not getting the job done. So when he said it before and didn't do it, I would say if he's saying it again, what makes you think somehow he's going to get it done the second time around? Anytime I've put the nose to the grindstone, we've got it done. I understand how important it is.
So he's trying to claim that Obama had more people deported than Trump?
That's true.
Okay, but now are we talking about 2 terms of Obama or 1? Because Obama was in office for 8 years, so it's not a fair apples-to-apples mathematical comparison, correct?
The funny thing about Obama, so in Pennsylvania, we didn't even know that there was a facility. Remember this, Anthony? Remember this, Nick? In I want to say Lehigh, and it was a facility where illegal folks were being held behind bars.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And it blew me away when that came out because during the Trump administration, because remember the whole thing, they showed video of children in cages.
Yep.
And then they realized, oops, that wasn't during Trump. That was during Obama.
Uh-huh.
So Obama evolved on the issue. Initially, he made promises about the DACA kids. Obama initially said that he would open up immigration. As Obama studied it, he became bad A about it. I will tell you.
Yeah.
And he clamped down with all because he saw what we're seeing now.
Well, it's so obvious.
So they got tough.
Yeah, it's undeniable. I mean, the visuals just show you what you're dealing with, which is why it's so frustrating today and for the last year and a half or 2 years when we talk about this and these record-setting numbers, and we get all the the Karine Jean-Pierres and the Alejandro Mayorkases, and they go up there and the border is secure. The border is secure. No, it's not. Nobody with two operating eyes, the ability to do mathematics and a functioning brain would realize that the border is secure. It's not. It's wide open.
And so to your point about Obama, for anybody listening, and they voted for Obama or they voted for Trump, the deal is that these presidents get highly classified briefings every day.
Yep.
There's no question in any of our minds, right, that Obama got briefings where they were saying, sir, we've got some very dangerous terrorists who are, the risk skyrockets. We're going to have another terrorist attack, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why Obama clamped down.
Yep.
And that's why Biden should. That's why Trump wanted to, even though Trump was bashed for saying there were some bad hombres, which is his way of saying there are some terrorists from all over the world because there are more than 100 countries where they're coming across. It's not an issue of just people from South America. They're coming across from everywhere.
I mean, just think of the last set of numbers. The last set of numbers for Trump, the number was 70,000. The last month for Biden, which was just last month in December, 302,000. That's 4.25 times the same number that Trump dealt with. I mean, it's night and day. It's so obvious. So, what are you going to do? And that's why I'm glad. Yesterday, the GOP with the articles of impeachment for Alejandro Mayorkas. And go after him. You've got congressional power. You hold the House. I mean, I don't know if anything will come of it, but somebody's got to be held accountable for this. And it's not necessarily Mayorkas' fault. I mean, it's not like he's the be-all, end-all, and the gatekeeper, so to speak. It's
he's
above
Homeland
him.
Security, though. They gotta. I mean, the buck's got to stop someplace.
Sure.
And ultimately, I hope it stops with Biden and voters look at this, and then you look at California and other states that are providing free health care for illegal folks.
That's outrageous.
Who, by Mayorkas' own interview he was interviewed on CNN and MSNBC yesterday, where Mayorkas admits that, pretty much you've got 3 million people wandering around the country at least who are going to be wandering around for another 6 years because they're so backed up for them to go to court. So if you've been going through somebody like our friend Christine Flowers, who's an immigration attorney for legal asylum seekers, if you're in the line, think about that. You've been standing in line for years, or maybe your spouse has, and you've been doing everything legally and the right way. Why do you think some people are saying, "No, I'm done with this. I'm jumping in. I'm not going to wait and do things legally because this," or maybe they will now that they think Republicans will win in the White House back in 2024.
Right. Well said.
Well, going off that, this will be cut 10. Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick expanded on the firsthand experience of the crisis at the border. This is cut 10. Go.
Hey everyone, Brian Fitzpatrick coming to you from Eagle Pass, Texas, right on the U.S.-Mexico border. As you can see over my shoulder here, this is the Rio Grande River. That's Mexico right across the way there. Eagle Pass, as many of you know, has been really ground zero of the immigration crisis that is ensuing right now on our southern border, which is worse now than it ever has been, by the way. Quite frankly, at any point in our history, certainly in my lifetime, across all administrations. It's a humanitarian crisis. You have women and children being trafficked by drug cartels and human traffickers. It's a counterintelligence threat. with Russian and Chinese nationals, amongst many other countries, being interdicted at the border, and those are the ones that we know about. It's a counterterrorism threat with people on the terror watch list being interdicted. And moreover, it's a national security threat from the standpoint of the fentanyl that's coming in by the boatloads, killing entire generations of Americans, particularly our young people. Nobody benefits from a lawless open border. And that is exactly what we have now. Make no mistake about it. The numbers don't lie. And we got a chance today to speak to ranchers, law enforcement officials, local judges, local sheriffs, as well as our border security apparatus, the men and women of the Border Patrol, the CBP, the Coast Guard, what have you, who are able to brief us on what they see, what they live every single day. So once we get this under control and we pass the bill, H.R. 2, which is the Secure the Border Act, it would fix the problem. It would fix the problem. But moreover, the administration does, in fact, have the tools they need to solve this problem. If they were to reinstate remain in Mexico, end catch and release, start enforcing Title 8 of the U.S. Code, particularly Section 1325 and 1326, illegal entry, which is a misdemeanor, illegal reentry, which is a felony, crimes that I prosecuted as a federal prosecutor, by the way. We just got to get back to the rule of law, because the United States of America is a nation of illegal immigration. So many of our ancestors, our country was built by immigrants, but by people that came in through the right way, and nobody benefits from this lawless system.
He encapsulates that perfectly. And the thing that's so frustrating about Biden is Biden comes out, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, and says something to the effect where the administration says, well, it's going to take more money and more financial resources. I'm like, no, it's not. It's going to be just enforcing the law. You heard him say right there, the rule of law. They have everything they need in place to do it. You just have to be willing to lay the law down and say enough is enough. And this administration just does not want to do that. But then they'll send the binder out there to spin it as if, you know, things are A-OK, and she takes all the bullets because, well, that's what the position tells her that she has to do. It's all a facade.
Yeah. Well, I think that it's significant. It's a good look for Republicans to go down to, and today they're meeting with law enforcement officials at the border at varying levels. So, you know, I think that they will bring back to D.C. a lot of firsthand knowledge and research. And when they question Mayorkas, hopefully they'll glean some information from him. But I think that, you know, the damage is done.
Oh, of course.
How many terrorists, and the list, we keep reporting it keeps going up. And the fact that they know of hundreds, if not thousands, but then those are the ones they know of.
Yeah.
That's the freaky part.
Oh, and there's so many layers to this. It's, okay, there's some people that come in that you know of, but then you don't know where they end up going and where they're at and what they're doing. Are they working? Are they receiving some sort of benefits, free health care, not paying taxes, whatever it is? And if everybody down there below the southern border knows the border's wide open, to the point of terrorists and global threats from other countries on other continents, they all know that it's open. So that's the avenue, that's the path to take. If you have any ill intentions and you have any ambitions of doing anything catastrophic to the United States, you don't need to fly across the Atlantic Ocean or take a plane. You just come up through the southern border and then kaboom, you're on your own. And next thing you know, you've got a terror threat here or an act of terror there. And all of this, or a majority of it, is very, very much preventable.
And that's what I fear when, back to something you started the week talking about, Nick Kayal, which was that very dark prediction from Catherine Herridge.
The Black Swan event.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what I think she was referring to, that there's so much intelligence out there and concern at very high levels that these terrorists, they're now embedded there among us. And I'm talking to local cops all the time, and they, you know, are a little bit freaked out about it as far as we have a situation where we're down. Think about it. We're down in the military by 47,000. We're down in Philadelphia by police, just our Philadelphia police, by more than 1,000. Across the nation, because of the defund the police movement, we're in a situation where we're hurting for law enforcement. A lot of our law enforcement who are here are working very long shifts.
Yep.
So at the same time that you have sort of less numbers, lower numbers of those who protect and serve, at the same time you have a surge of very dangerous people who want to hurt us and hate us, Americans, all of us.
Yeah,
Well
and that's the problem. But moving, I know we were talking earlier about Disney and how Disney has gone too woke. They don't care about
Mickey
their
Mouse
products.
Is not on the list.
Yeah,
Anthony.
But this will be cut 11. Disney has now given the hands of their franchise for the next film to Obiad Chinoy, a Pakistani feminist activist director. And she'll be taking over for Star Wars. CNN reported. This is cut 11.
Pakistani feminist activist?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
this will be a box office hit.
This is from CNN, cut 11. Go ahead.
Also the first woman and the first person of color to direct a Star Wars film. It's set to be released in 2026. You can say that the force is strong with this one. Here's Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy.
You know, I'm very thrilled about the project because I think what we are about to create is something very special. And we're in 2024 now. And I think it's about time that we had a woman come forward to shape the story in a galaxy far, far away.
So this is Disney?
Oh, yeah. Disney owns Star Wars, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess Disney didn't lose enough money in 2023. What did they lose? I said yesterday they lost $700 million in 8 different productions. I think 7 of the 8 releases that they had in 2023 lost between $700 and $800 million. This sounds like a box office smash. It's almost as if Disney wants to bankrupt everything they're doing right now. I've never seen any, and I'm not a big Star Wars fan. So I can't really speak on, the content of what Star Wars provides. I've never been a Star Wars fan. I've never been a Star Trek fan, so to speak. But I can't imagine this being any good. I mean, are you a Star Wars person?
I like Star Wars, yeah, but I would say I like it less and less lately with how Disney's run it. I mean, the latest movies weren't great. I like some of the series. We talked about on our podcast. I liked Andor a lot, but I
have no idea what you just said there.
They do series now. They have Ahsoka,
Yeah.
they have Andor, they do all these things, and I mean it is based still in what people like and what the base wants, but I feel like a lot of the time they're still not capturing what people want. And they own Marvel now, so all the superheroes and even that people are less and less interested. Nobody's going to see those movies.
Everything they touch, they ruin.
Yeah.
I love Star Wars. That's why I always say I'm a Padawan, at PHT at Zioli. But I had the honor of being at one of the premieres because Larry was a host of Access Hollywood. So I met Carrie Fisher and Sharon Stone was there and who else? I mean, just a who's who. But it was really cool to see the red carpet and all the coverage that happened, the hoopla that was going on with that particular Star Wars release.
Okay.
Even though George Lucas was brilliant by getting all the rights to the toys, the little goodies. Carrie Fisher, until the day she died, was so angry that he did that. That she couldn't get. So the Access Hollywood, in kind of a little sarcastic thing, gave out in a bucket of like those little figurines. And she was like, oh, good. Well, can I have this one for free since I don't have the likeness or naming rights?
All right.
I'm pretty sure Stalker has a few of those in his basement.
Oh my gosh!
To pay for
that's so
Dylan's
true.
college, yeah, still in their box.
Yeah.
But we'll wrap here. RFK Jr., who continues to steal some headlines, he talked about Trump and the ballot, and now that he's on the ballot in Utah, he's expanding on why he wants the ballots and Trump to be on the ballot, and he wants to win fair and square. He spoke with Fox News. This is going to be cut 14. Go ahead.
I have 10 months to take 4.5 vote percentage points from both other candidates. And we're very confident that I'm going to do that.
Well, it's very interesting. You're on in Utah, as you say. I just want to ask you one news of the day question before I let you go about the Supreme Court potentially taking up the issue of taking the former President Trump off the ballot in Colorado and in Maine, where there's also this effort. What do you think about those efforts to take the former president off the ballot based on an insurrection charge that he has not been charged with?
I think it's wrong-headed, and I think it's counterproductive. I'm not a fan of President Trump's. That's why I'm running against him. But I don't want, and I'm confident that I'm going to beat him, but I don't want to beat him on a slanted playing field. I think the American people want to see a fair fight. They want debates. They want real democracy. They want to be able to choose their candidate, their president, not have a court choose it. And as you point out, I've read the decision, and it makes no sense to me that you can deprive an American citizen of this right to run for president without ever charging him with, much less convicting him of insurrection. He's not even charged with it.
That's right.
So, that seems to violate due process, and it makes us look like a banana republic. And by the way, I think it's going to hurt the people who are behind it. I think it turns Trump into a kind of, that people know it's unfair. And it turns him into kind of amplifies it, him as a mythological figure. I think it's very, very short-sighted, and it's just wrong. It's un-American.
A lot of people saying it makes him a martyr. So if you're keeping track, now you have RFK Jr. saying this is absurd. He's running as an independent. You've had Gavin Newsom come out and say, we don't do this to candidates. We beat candidates at the ballot. Obviously, a ton of Republicans have come out and said that this is wrong. RFK Jr. does qualify for the first presidential ballot in Utah, by the way. Utah, the first state where his campaign submitted signatures and qualified for ballot access. That according to campaign spokesperson Stephanie Spear, who expects Arizona may be next. But the only thing I would add to this is RFK Jr.'s got no chance, much like the rest of these people. But if you don't come out and say what is so obvious, because it is obvious, if Jack Smith and Merrick Garland haven't even charged you with insurrection in the federal case for January 6th, how are these states using these novice legal theories to try to use Section 3 or Article 3 of the 14th Amendment as an, Colorado just looks stupid. Maine looks stupid. Michigan tried. They got rejected. California faced pushback. We haven't heard any news on any other states, but that doesn't mean they won't come forward in the next couple of days. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and RFK Jr., so he just qualified for the Utah presidential ballot.
Yep.
And so he's getting, on the ballot across the country. But, I think
1,000 signature requirement needed, by the way.
Yeah, so I think that the deal is with Kennedy. I always ask people to say, I like RFK Jr. I just like him. Well, it's not a popularity contest. He seems like a nice enough guy. But what's his economic policy? Yeah. This is somebody who, he says he wants to restore the middle class, but he's somebody who's really railing against corporations, not wanting to work with corporations. I think he would get clobbered.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if it were, if you think about it, with Trump, with a debate between the two of them,
yeah,
he gets clobbered on the economy issue.
No question.
And nobody seems to focus on that. If you were interviewing him, wouldn't you say, well, what are your, the number one issue in every poll, every survey? How would you fix this economy?
Yeah. Yeah, we know where he stands on, vaccines and pharma. We know where he's talked about, the housing market, but, the economy, crime, border, inflation, the kitchen table issues, the 4 or 5 things. I don't think he's ran a great campaign from the standpoint of making his stances and his takes known on the true issues that matter. And to be honest, I don't know that a lot of them really have. I mean, everybody's kind of carved out their own little individual niche, but it's, we're so caught up in, Christie's going after Trump and Vivek's going after Nikki. A lot of this, if you just take a step back and remove any favoritism towards any one candidate that you may have they all addressed every single issue that matters to you, the American, that affects you day to day? And it's hard to say that they've all checked off every box adequately or efficiently enough. Are you pleased with candidate X and his stance or her stance on ABC 1, 2, 3? I don't know that every single person is going to check off all of those boxes. But then again, this is politics. It's a show, the whole bit. So There you go. All right, 8:30. Lorenzo, do we want to break and then do the big three, or are we going to? Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's big three, and then at the top of the hour, we have our buddy Sean Farash. Before then, Dan Crenshaw, Republican from Texas, eviscerates Philly guy Jesse Waters of Fox News. Where do you hear these comments? Kayal and Company, back after this.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The milkshake that blew out Mom's blender. The short ribs that converted a vegetarian. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a timeless granite countertop can now be yours for as little as $1,999. Let the memories begin. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchuk, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
And so many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 8:37. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, 855-839-1210. Our buddy Sean Farash, Trump impression, is coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. Also, we have our morning mystery movie clip. That is at 9:20, as well as What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Before we get to Dawn's Big Three, let's give it away our second pair of tickets for Major League Wrestling. Right now, if you are caller 12 at 855-839-1210, caller 12, 855-839-1210, you will get a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. Final pair coming up at 9:20 as our prize for the morning mystery movie clip. If you don't win them today, you can get them and check out more information by visiting MLW2300.com. All right, we'll get to Dan Crenshaw and Jesse Waters coming up in just a few minutes, but right now, time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big Three at 8. I will begin with Biden coming here tomorrow ahead of what could be a major precipitation event. Some meteorologists are saying we could get 3 to 6 inches of snow over the weekend. So President Joe Biden, to celebrate what Rich Zioli yesterday called the high holy day of all leftists and liberals,
yes,
January 6th.
The day that they will never let go of.
Know, right? So Joe Biden coming to Valley Forge tomorrow, where and obviously he's traveling right near Valley Forge, where George Washington and the Continental Army spent a very bleak winter nearly 250 years ago. So maybe he'll kind of feel the pain they felt as far as the tough weather. But he will obviously use the opportunity to pounce on his opponent, former President Donald J. Trump,
Yeah,
who wants his job.
You think George Washington decided to move things up a day because of a couple of inches of snow 250 years ago? Like, try going through what GW did, 2.5 centuries ago, Joe. I mean, good God.
Well put. And number 2, I'll put the list, because we are expecting out of this Epstein list, these documents, we're expecting maybe another dump of information today. But we have the newly unsealed Jeffrey Epstein documents revealing some big names. We don't have a lot of new details, but we have the names, with more documents expected to be released in the coming days.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are just tuning in to Kill and Company, then we've been talking about, obviously, the Epstein list all of this morning. The New York financier, who obviously was facing multiple sex trafficking charges before his alleged death by suicide in jail in 2019. Obviously, he ran in very elite circles, prominent figures, politicians. But this first batch of previously secret court documents was unsealed by a judge late yesterday and related to Epstein, the jet-setting financier, and who was on the jet, who was at his so-called pedophile island. So just to headline some of those names, we keep hearing the name over and over, former President Bill Clinton. Yes, we've heard the name of Donald J. Trump. We've heard the name of, repeatedly, Prince Andrew,
Mm-hmm.
New Mexico Governor Bill Richards, former U.S. Senator George Mitchell, the owner of a large hotel chain, and Glenn Dubin, the billionaire hedge fund manager. Even Al Gore's name is surfacing. But again, we don't have the context for, a lot of these.
Right.
Because we know that he did rub shoulders with people in New York at big parties, etc.
And some of the other names include Alan Dershowitz, who was mentioned 130 times, Michael Jackson, and David Copperfield.
The magician.
He was brought in to do magic tricks at dinner.
Yes.
Sure.
Now, I haven't heard much of the name of Bill Gates in this batch. Have you?
No. Have not heard Bill Gates. I know people were speculating on the internet last night. People were saying Oprah. Somebody also threw out Chase Utley, for God's sakes. I'm like, good God, can we at least have some semblance of like vetting before we just start throwing out random? Look, and who knows? I mean, maybe there is a former professional athlete on the list, but that was not revealed in the 943 pages that were released by this judge.
Yeah, so there are a bunch of different cases. This particular one that we've seen this document dump or the files being released, it was a lawsuit filed back in 2015 by one of Epstein's young victims, who is one of dozens of victims. So all these different victims were filing different suits. And so in this one, it was settled out of court, and then the judges sealed it. And that's what you've talked about, Marsha Blackburn, Senator Blackburn. She has repeatedly tried to say, well, why can't we have transparency? Why can't we see some of this?
Mm-hmm.
So we have all of these different, more than 70 victims, some as young as 12 years old. That's when the grooming began. So more cases, more names set to drop maybe today. So we're profiling that. No word of anybody who is a media mogul. So we'll look at that, media figures. And speaking of media,
mm-hmm.
we have, starting this year on January 1st, it's significant with Disney and what they're seeing, because an early iteration of Mickey Mouse has now entered the public domain alongside Winnie the Pooh, Sherlock Holmes, and Robin Hood, signaling a potential legal action by companies like Disney or Warner Brothers, and many new creations based on iconic characters.
Huh.
So this is a release of information as of January 1st.
Okay.
And so, for example, Mickey Mouse, that just became public domain at the start of, as of January 1st, known as Steamboat Willie. This particular iteration of the character cannot speak, has a really long tail, does not have pupils, and is drawn in just black and white.
Okay.
And so, things go into the public domain after so many years.
That's the old school iteration of
Mm-hmm.
Mickey Mouse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You're exactly right. So it started January 1st, and it's Disney's copyright rights for the earliest version of Mickey Mouse expiring
Okay.
in the United States. So then anybody can use it.
Okay.
So could you see Mickey Mouse being used? And so I'm sure that they're going to file all kinds of suits. But and Winnie the Pooh, could they be used in, I don't know, nasty ways or sicko ways?
Oh, I thought I just read something about Mickey Mouse in a new version where he's like a killer. It's like an evil, dark version of Mickey Mouse. I'm pretty sure I saw that. You could probably look it up if you want.
I'm no evil guy. I'm not on Epstein's list and all. Mickey's voice is the same as Buddy's. I only do one voice, all right?
That's fine. We like that.
But Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare, Bambi is another one.
Peter Pan's definitely been to Epstein Island. I've always had my doubts about Peter Pan.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
SpongeBob SquarePants, to be honest.
Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
That is Kill & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn,
Or
thank
Big
you.
Fish.
Thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Dorenzo's got all the engineers in the studio now because he's been making a mess.
Is your button stuck?
Yeah, his buttons are stuck.
Uh-oh.
I won't rat him out on the air, but he knows what he did. So let me get to this story. I have never seen anything like this. I just want to share this because I think it's just a wild story. Usually it's conservative media going after a Democrat or mainstream media going after a conservative. But this was conservative on conservative crime from the media and entertainment ranks to the political ranks, as Philadelphia's own Fox News host Jesse Waters is apparently in a big beef with Republican representative from Texas, Dan Crenshaw. If you don't know who Dan Crenshaw is, he's the guy who has, I believe, the eye patch, right? He was injured in conflict. If you've never heard the name, maybe the visual will ring a bell. And he's the one who I talked about a few days ago wants to strip universities of funding for requiring DEI statements upon your admissions process, which I totally agree with. You know, DEI is a total facade. Speaking of DEI, by the way, just a side note, here in Philadelphia, just yesterday, Leslie Morant is out as the Philadelphia Police Department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. I'm telling you, this is the year where you're going to see the gutting of DEI. From academia to corporate America to any other place. We gave you the numbers. Big Tech was doing it in 2023 on the low key. They slashed 44% of DEI job postings. November of 2023 was a year-over-year 23% decline from 2022. So I think the whole thing is up with DEI. And I think by the next year or two that goes by, it's going to be completely eradicated. But anyway, Jesse Waters and Crenshaw got into a beef because apparently, now I didn't see this, but on Jesse Waters' show, he spent a segment on his primetime hour at 8 o'clock on Tuesday alleging that Washington lawmakers might be engaging in insider trading. I mean, I think we all kind of realize that a lot of these politicians do it. How do you go into politics with $42 in your bank account and then walk out 10 years later with $21 million? Well, I think a lot of people assume there's shenanigans going on with the market. So, apparently, Waters, amongst the targets, which were both Democrat and Republican, by the way, one of those Republicans was not happy to be included on this list. And that was Dan Crenshaw, who eviscerated Waters in 5 different Instagram posts. And I'm going to clean this up. It's a good thing we don't have the audio because we would probably forget to dump it anyway. Apparently, Crenshaw calls Jesse Waters an effing clown, an effing hack, a dirtbag millionaire, and a mediocre entertainer. And that was all before he called him a loser who, quote, grew up with a silver spoon and, quote, cheated on his wife and then left her with twins while he went off with another Fox producer, end quote. The segment from Jesse Waters' Primetime in Question, which apparently you can watch if you've ever been to Mediaite.com, they have the clip. And Crenshaw is not the entire focus of the segment by any stretch, but he is mentioned by name, appears on this chart. Crenshaw did not dispute the figures cited by Waters and did confirm that he has $10,000 invested in stocks, but has not made any trades in, quote, over a year. He also said that while serving in Congress, he, quote, never had more than $20,000 invested, adding, quote, Fox knows this, but they're desperate for fake controversy to get clicks. He goes on to say, Instagram stories a few posts later, a couple of hours after the initial wave, he says, hey, Jesse Waters, you effing hack. If you're going to accuse me of literal corruption, get your facts straight and man up and come accuse me to my face. You're an effing clown, desperate for clickbait. Waters is a tool making millions to push conspiracies on TV and bash veterans like me who are barely a fraction of his net worth. Wake up, America. The political entertainment industry is almost always lying to you. So that is very, very strong. I've never read, seen, watched, or heard something that strong between who I'm assuming Jesse Waters is a conservative, and Dan Crenshaw, who obviously is. And, you know, it's pretty telling or pretty interesting when a politician is the one telling you that television newscasters are almost always lying to you. Because I've always been of the belief that anytime a politician opens his mouth or her mouth, odds are there's a good chance that they're lying to you. But this guy, Dan Crenshaw, who we've talked about numerous times on this show, I mean, that's an absolute evisceration.
He's somebody, I mean, here's the problem for Jesse Waters. First of all, you don't want to be the story. Second of all, what Crenshaw said about Jesse's personal life is true. And do you really want that accentuated because that was kind of done with? Number three, Crenshaw is somebody who, you know, he served in Afghanistan. That's where he lost his eye. SEAL Team 3, if I recall correctly. This is a guy who's an American hero. And remember, he was the one who was, if you're not familiar with him, he was the one who was made famous because he appeared on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
Yes, and then he...
when I say you, I'm not talking about Nick. I'm talking about you at home. You right?
Yeah, wasn't there an issue with Crenshaw with the way the opening was done, and then he apologized, or somebody else had to apologize with how they... Did they mock him, or they did a spoof?
Yes, and so it was that it was, oh my God, and I'm blanking on the comedian's name who dated Kim Kardashian.
It was Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson.
I hate that guy.
But actually, it was a good segment because Pete Davidson had ad-libbed, had made fun of Crenshaw with the eye patch.
Right.
And then they invited Crenshaw on because there was such a backlash. Davidson was going to be fired because the military was so furious. And that's where I'm going here with Jesse.
Yeah.
Is that Crenshaw, you know, within the military community, he's respected. And he's the real deal. And so with Pete Davidson apologized to him. He said, hey, man, I'm sorry. I meant no disrespect. It was a really nice little moment. Mm-hmm. And they shook hands. And Crenshaw was a really good sport and really came onto the national scene because a lot of people, he's from Texas.
Yeah.
But Crenshaw is, I was taken aback. I mean, he's saying the F word. He's furious.
Oh, of course. Well, Jesse Waters is accusing him, along with others, of, insider trading. And look, I think a lot of these politicians are guilty of it. I don't have any proof, so I'm not going to name names specifically. But it is odd how some of these people are elected, make $170,000 a year or whatever.
Yeah, because they're allowed to. I mean, they've tightened up the laws now.
Yeah.
But there's Crenshaw did nothing illegal.
Yeah.
And these Congress members have, they know how to, they've tightened up the laws about this insider trading stuff.
It's also not out of the ordinary to have $10,000 invested in stocks. It's not like he had $1 million.
No, he doesn't have gold bars
in
his pocket.
Exactly. I mean, 10 grand, 10 grand's 10 grand, but, that's not like a high roller investment in the stock market. That's, a relatively an entry level of, financial resources allocated to that sort of playing field. So, I think Waters is probably a little, but here's the thing. It's not like he was, reporting it. I mean, this is an opinion-based show, and he's got him up there amongst others. Now, I guess he's probably out of line if he is trying, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of what McAfee and Rogers are doing with Jimmy Kimmel with Epstein Island.
No.
Oh, so you disagree?
Nick, I disagree because ultimately what Congressman Crenshaw, who's 39 years young, served in the military honorably, what he's saying to Fox and to Jesse Waters is, don't you dare question my integrity. That's what they're doing. And in this, you have a decorated, bronze medal, the awards go on and on, served at Afghanistan war. I mean, and look at him with the eye patch. I mean, somebody who served honorably and thank God came home, but is has a disability because of his service.
Yeah.
And $10,000, which is Jesse Waters' watch costs more than $10,000.
It's funny you say that because Crenshaw was not done roasting him. He says, he posts on Instagram, I'm sitting here trying to feed my 3-month-old and this dirtbag millionaire at Fox is accusing me of being a criminal with zero evidence. Stop letting wealthy elitists like Jesse Waters claim to be fighting for you. They live in Manhattan and they can't stand normal people who live in red states. They think you're stupid and feed you BS. I had to clean that up to rile you up. So
this is not a good look for Fox. They want to clean this up, and Fox wants to clean up in aisle 5 because they don't want now social media to take over.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, whose side do you take? And I think for Crenshaw, I think that the military community is going to back Crenshaw. I also think that the average person is going to back him. And Jesse Waters does not want to become the story. And all of his, some, kind of a nasty divorce and this and that. He doesn't want any of that stuff coming out.
He goes on to say in the 4th post, he didn't stop. Losers like Waters grew up with a silver spoon. His family is made up of well-connected journalists and politicians, and for some reason, people are fooled into believing he's some genuine blue-collar conservative. Yeah, he's such a conservative, he cheated on his wife and then left her twins while he went off with another Fox producer. Oh, and by the way, in the 5th and final post, he says, quote, and let's be honest, Jesse Waters seems like the type of dude who pees sitting down. Oh, man.
Ouch.
Wow. Crenshaw just was.
Do any of you want to confess to sitting down?
I haven't done that in a very, very long time. I'll leave it at that. And we'll get to our buddy Sean Farash on the other side.
You could ask him if he sits down.
Yes. Kayal and Company will find out if the Captain Deplorable takes a seat when he goes number 1. We'll do that on the other side. Some fun in the final hour. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, Anthony, and Phil. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. And now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive united.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
As the temperatures drop here in Philly, driving conditions can get a bit tricky. But at Hester Chevrolet, we've got solutions to keep you and your family safer on the roads. Introducing the new Chevy lineup with advanced four-wheel drive systems. Your key to conquering winter weather with confidence. From the economical Trax, the sleek Equinox, or the rugged and roomy Silverado and Tahoe, our vehicles are built to handle whatever Mother Nature throws your way. Hester Chevrolet. Visit HesterChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured, dial pound law. That's pound 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation, people who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company 905. Welcome back in. Fourth and final hour on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist with you as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 15 minutes. We also have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 that will also include Joe Biden's first 2024 presidential ad. First campaign ad has been released, and we will play that for you coming up in just about a half hour. But right now, it is time to welcome in the 45th and hopefully 47th president of the United States of America, the great Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, we're doing very well. Kayal and Company, happy to see you back on the radio. You know, you took more time off than crooked Joe Biden. I can tell you that. It was incredible. But I heard there were very talented people who held it down last week.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
But we missed you. We did. We absolutely missed you. You know, one of the greatest shows in the history of the world, Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. You do a tremendous job. Everybody does a tremendous job. But it's great to be here, and it's great to be giving you that much-needed ratings boost. You know, you came back, people didn't know what to do. So now we're giving you the boost. You know, everybody wants that when the president comes on. CNN loves when I do this. MSNBC loves when I do this. It's a pleasure to do it for people I like to call my friends instead of the enemy of the people.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, Mr. President, I have to ask you, because we were just speaking about Representative Dan Crenshaw, Republican from Texas, as he is going back and forth with Jesse Waters over what Jesse Waters claims is Dan Crenshaw, amongst other Republicans and Democrats, accusing them of insider trading. Dan Crenshaw went on an Instagram tirade of 5 different posts, and he also wrapped up his verbal assault on Jesse Waters by accusing him of being the kind of guy who looks like he takes a seat when he goes to the bathroom and does number one. So I have to ask you, Mr. President, as the esteemed journalist of this program, Mr. President, have you ever peed while sitting down?
Well, I've never done that. You know, it's first of all, it would be very hard for me to do that, you know, for logistical reasons. But number two, I heard you say you haven't done it in a long time. I heard you say that. And I'm curious as to why you did that at all. But I can tell you something.
Little kid.
Okay, that's, you know what, that checks out. Story checks out. Good thing you said that, because people had questions, you know. But I'm looking at it, and there's a lot of people who do it. Lindsey Graham does it. People like Chris Christie does it, and that's because he has a hard time standing. That it's very hard on his joints. You know what I'm talking about. But there are a lot of people who still do that. Lindsey Graham does it, and other weak-kneed people, they sit when they pee. It's terrible. But these people are people that want to talk tough. They think they're tough guys. Jeb Bush does it. I think DeSantis might even do it. DeSantis, he might do it. It's hard for him to do it with the boots, too. It's very difficult for him to do that. But apparently he does that. It's what I've heard. This is things that I've heard. But a lot of people, John Kasich, he does it. These are terrible. Mitch McConnell, again. And these are weak people, and that's where they do that.
Donald Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company, as he does usually on a monthly basis, his first appearance of 2024. So, Mr. President, we have ballot disasters everywhere we look. Colorado and Maine. We've read about Michigan and what they attempted to do. California, Gavin Newsom comes out and says that's not the way we do it. We beat people at the ballots. Do these states that say they are protecting democracy not realize that they are destroying it as the true threats to democracy that they are by trying to have you taken off of these ballots?
Well, they're rigging the election. You looked at The View, and I call The View the gas giants. They look like Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus, specifically Uranus, okay? But when you look at The View, they didn't understand how that's the same thing as rigging. You have two choices, and possibly more than that, but you have Crooked Joe, then you have the most handsome president in the history of the world. If you take me off the ballot, you're only giving people one choice. That's called rigging, and that's not democracy, is it? No, it's not. It's called rigging, and it's something that would make Joseph Stalin very proud. It would make Castro proud. You understand that? They would be looking at it and say, what a fantastic job the Biden regime is doing. These are terrible people. And so when you take people off the ballot and you rig, that's called rigging. You're not saving democracy. You're killing it. You're killing democracy. And I don't like Newsom. I don't think he's a good guy. I don't even think he has, quite frankly, hair that's even worth talking about. But he said the right thing. Beat him at the ballot box. The only difference that the Democrats, what he was saying, because they never tell the truth, they don't beat us at the ballot box. They beat us with ballot drop boxes. But I think I know what we're talking about. These people are horrible, and we're going to wind up on all the ballots. And the ironic thing about it is Chris Christie is failing to get the amount of signatures to appear on Maine's primary ballot. So I'm going to be on the ballot. He's not going to be on the ballot. And it's quite frankly possible that he ate the signatures, but we're not sure, and we're looking into
it. Donald Trump joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. President Trump, Claudine Gay is now playing the victim card after her ouster from the University of Harvard. How predictable is this? And is it time that we once and for all abolish all of these DEI initiatives that have kind of overtaken every institution in America?
Absolutely. You look at Claudine Gay, and who was in her corner lobbying for her was Barack Hussein Obama. And Claudine Gay, you look at her, she looks like Steve Urkel. You know that? She looks just like Urkel. She does. And it's incredible. She was calling for the genocide of Jewish people. She said that doing that is something that does not violate Harvard's code of conduct. It's disgusting what you're looking at. But diversity, equity, and inclusion, these are all decent things. You look at that. I have my own version of DEI. I call it dominate, energy, and intelligence. These are things that are very much unique to people like me, myself particularly. I'm a dominant person. I have a lot of energy, and I'm incredibly intelligent. And so that DEI initiative on my end is going to work out very well. We're going to win, but we have to end it. It's actually a code word for critical race theory. And these are terrible things that you're seeing happening. They're teaching the children to hate each other. They're teaching people to hate our country. And I'm happy to see Claudine is out. Claudine, she's out. Urkel is no longer the president of Harvard, but she's still making $900,000 a year. You believe that? That's a lot of money. That's a lot. And hopefully they can fix that too, because she deserves to go broke. You go woke, you go broke. Yes. Everything woke turns to sugar, honey, iced tea. We've talked about it.
Exactly right. Mr. President, December was a historic mess at our southern border. over 302,000 illegal entries. Assuming you win re-election a year from now, how quickly can you finish the wall in your second term and get these numbers back down to where they were when you were in the office, which was well under 100,000 per year?
Well, we could fix these problems just like we could fix the Ukraine problem in 24 hours. We're going to build a wall. It's going to take a long time to build it. But we're going to crack down on the southern border. We're not going to allow these people to just walk right in. What they're doing, a lot of bad hombres out there walking right in. These are terrible people, a lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them are terrible. And they're walking in and they're causing a lot of problems. You're seeing in Chicago, you're seeing in New York, you're seeing in Philadelphia, you know, and Philly's got enough problems. You know, they have Eagles fans. They don't need any more crazy people to come in. But you see this, they do the tush push. You know what I'm talking about, the tush. And that's quite frankly, looks like something that might have happened in the Senate hearing room, but we're not going to talk about it. But you see this, you see what's happening on the border. I'll fix it. And I'll fix it in a very short amount of time. We're going to fix it very quickly. And we're going to do it better than anybody's ever fixed something before. It'll be fast. It'll be a 24-hour solution. We're going to put our military on the border, and people are not going to try and do it. And if they try to do it, they're going to be met with fierce resistance. That's what I can tell you. And we will secure our border. Without a border, we don't have a country, so we need to fix that, believe me.
Mr. President, sloppy Chris Christie has missed the cut at the CNN Iowa debate for January, as did Vivek. It will only be DeSantis and Birdbrain. Your thoughts on this unsanctioned exhibition, as I know that you will be kind of doing some counter-programming in January coming up here for Iowa?
Well, let's just set the record straight. They're doing counter-programming on me. I'm going to be the main draw, and they're going to try and draw other people. You have DeSantis and his boots, the little guy, Dumpling. I call him Dumpling. And you have Birdbrain, who people thought was going to be my vice president, but it's never going to happen. They're going to be debating amongst each other. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to talk about it. They could put talking to each other, beating around the bush with the questions and getting nothing done. It's going to be one of the worst rated programs in the history of the world. And that's why it's going to be on CNN. Nobody does bad ratings like CNN, believe me.
That is correct. Mr. President, final one for you. I know you've talked about Madison Square Garden. Very interesting. You know, every time you step foot into MSG for a UFC fight, the place goes nuts. But how serious are you? I know you did an exclusive with Breitbart. How serious are you about a rally at the world's most famous arena? And do you really believe that you can win New York?
Well, I believe I can win everywhere because, you know, DEI dominate energy, intelligence. It's incredible. But I think Madison Square Garden might be too small. I think we might need to go to Woodstock. I think it needs to be crazy. I think we need Trump stock. I think it would be incredible. Madison Square Garden, MSG, too small. You know, Billy Joel, he's a third-rate guy. He's the one who does that. He does that at MSG because he barely sells it out. I would sell out in 15 minutes, and it would be a line of people down the blocks of New York City, longer than anybody's ever seen before. But I think New York is in play. I think I could do it because I know I can do anything. And it was my state. New York used to love me, and maybe we could make New York great again.
Donald J. Trump, we always appreciate the time. That, of course, is our buddy Sean Farash, who is joining us. Sean, great stuff today. And, of course, thank you so much for popping in last week, man. A lot of great reviews. From everything I can gather, you absolutely crushed it, man.
Well, thank you and the whole team at 1210 WPHT for giving me the opportunity. You know, I went to school for radio, and that was literally like one of my dreams was to always do live radio at some point, especially in the morning. I grew up back in New York listening to sports a lot, like Boomer and Carton and WFAN. And so I was like, you want to do 6 to 10 on a major market, you know, in Philly. And I was like, of course, I'd love to insult Philadelphians once an hour. It'd be great. You know, it was a lot of fun. And the YouTube community was great. There were a lot of folks who started to interact on Twitter while it was going on. So it was a lot of fun. You know, great team you guys have there. And again, thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to do that. It was a blast.
Absolutely. I want to get your takeaways and reactions and impressions from the big story that dropped last night with the Epstein documents coming out. All the names from Clinton to Prince Andrew, Dershowitz, Michael Jackson, David Copperfield. Were you satisfied with what you read last night, or do you think that this is just mere breadcrumbs for what could fall when those flight logs are finally released, if they are?
Yeah, I think we're dealing with the tip of the iceberg. But man, what a sick story. I mean, more needs to be paid attention. The problem with Epstein, and it's not a problem from, it's not a real problem. It's just that what he did was so outlandish that when we talk about it, what he actually did, what we know that he did, it sounds like conspiracy theories, right? Because how many times have you heard, oh, Pizzagate, and someone says that's QAnon, and, and there are things up for debate as to whether or not some of those events happened. But like Epstein, it's right there with those quote unquote theories, right? And it's so bad that it's almost like it's not real, but it is real. The biggest problem with what we had last night is I believe we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg. I think we're just scratching the surface. Mainstream media is not going to pay attention to it because a lot of their friends are implicated. And it's disgusting. And I mean, look, I've been saying this for a while. If Donald Trump was anywhere near those lists, it would have been out in 2015. He never would have been the president in 2016.
Yep.
And I think it's very significant that House members are going to be briefed on none other than UFOs next week because Epstein is in the news again. So when in doubt, aliens are coming, and it's the most reliable play.
Got to throw out the distraction to divert attention elsewhere. Well said. Sean, great stuff as always, pal. We'll talk to you again in a couple of weeks, and thank you so much as always.
Thank you.
There he is, our buddy Sean Farash. You can follow him on Twitter at SHAWN_Farash, Farash. Okay. All right, coming up in just a couple of minutes at the bottom of the hour, we'll get to Dawn's Big Three. So Dorenzo's not in there. Jim, can we get to the morning mystery movie clip? Let's fire it away right here.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Brought your muffin, boy. Here's a muffin for you. Nice little muffin, Hooch. See the muffin? See the muffin, Hooch? Here's the muffin for Hooch. I brought a muffin for you. The muffin, Hooch. Hooch, a muffin. A muffin, Hooch. Muffin.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie about a man and a dog, you will get a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. For more info or tickets, visit MLW2300.com. The winner, part 2 of the cut sheet, and Joe Biden's first ad of the 2024 campaign season. Next, as we continue on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what investor schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Does your broker say, "We're different. We're a fiduciary. We only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think is proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Get up to 15% off brand new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's up to 15% off new Grand Cherokees, Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 350 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon. Dom's here down on noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
(9:30) Kayal and Company as we continue Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. As Greg Stocker would say, hit the like and subscribe buttons. We're trying to get to 6,000 subscribers. That could take like a year. Where they go? I think 5,200-ish. So we'll see if we can reach our next goal. 855-839-1210. We have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 on the way, as well as What's on Tap for the Dawn Show, Who on Twitter and YouTube today. But right now, let's find out who won our Morning Mystery Movie Clip prize. We have Heavy in Huntington Valley. Heavy, good morning. How are you?
No, I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing well. What was the movie that we played for you a couple of minutes ago?
You know, it's really funny. You're bringing up Pizzagate, and you bring out a Tom Hanks movie and Turner and Hooch.
Yeah, how about that, Turner and Hooch?
You know, his name's been thrown out there involved with that.
Oh, has he? Okay, I did not know that.
But can I just say something on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff real quick?
Yes, of course.
You know, there's a lot of information out there that's being brushed off. They've known about this guy forever.
Mm-hmm.
They've had this information out there for a very long time, and this is just a tip, but barely the tip of the iceberg.
Agreed.
And there is so much stuff out there, and I'm talking extremely disturbing stuff. There's already emails out there that you can find with John Podesta's name on it, talking about being entertained by little children in a pool. This is real. You know, Jeffrey Epstein and his whole operation was run by Mossad and Israeli intelligence to get dirt on U.S. politicians, and now the FBI has conducted searches of all these properties and has taken all the dirt. And now they're going to hold on to it forever to pretty much get whatever they want out of these people.
Yeah, and I really want to see what the flight logs look like. So that to me is where I think you'll see the more damning evidence, so to speak. Yesterday, like I said this morning, I don't know if you were listening at 6:30 this morning when we first started discussing the breaking news, I felt like I was relatively unsatisfied with what came out yesterday. You know, we were told, well, we're just waiting on Jane Doe 107, who says that they could be at risk, I'm like, wait a minute, Jane, security risk? I worry about, I'm more concerned about the security of these minors that were obviously manipulated and corrupted. But then we find out, okay, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Alan Dershowitz, Michael Jackson, David Copperfield, and the context behind those names and the amount of times they were mentioned didn't really tell me something I really didn't already know. Like, we knew Clinton was involved. We knew Dershowitz was involved. Prince Andrew, okay, maybe a bit of a surprise. Shouldn't surprise anybody at all when you hear the name Michael Jackson. David Copperfield, that caught me off guard a little bit. But again, what is the context behind their involvements here with the 943 pages? That's, I think, ultimately what I want to hear. And I'm still adamantly hoping that Marsha Blackburn and others will be able to get those flight logs released, because that's, to me, where you talk about just scratching the surface and the tip of the iceberg. I think the flight logs are where the Titanic is resting, if you know what I mean. So,
well, you have to remember too that, well, first of all, the Prince Andrew thing was, because I'm obsessed with all this. So the documentary, Prince Andrew was profiled in that.
Mentioned, yeah.
That he came out with a puppet of himself. It's like a whole sick thing. And remember the Queen during somebody's wedding? It was like, oh, Andrew, you can't stand next to me because you're, whatever. Yeah. So I think Andrew we kind of knew, but the other ones, and to the point of, I think so many have said they knew about this, and the police officers, those detectives who worked initially for the case years and years ago, I think I would love to hear from them, and I haven't seen them being interviewed. I would love to hear from the cops who were in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Who were investigating this guy, knew
yep.
that this guy was a creepazoid. They were sickened by it.
Right.
They believed the victims. You talk about Me Too and the media. These police officers did everything right and delivered the goods, the evidence, and he basically got a slap on the wrist.
I know. It's embarrassing. It really is. All right, well, congratulations to Heavy. He wins the wrestling tickets, and we will have, I believe, more of them tomorrow on a Friday show. 9:36, let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet? Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2 on this Thursday, and we'll get right to it. Brand new, Joe Biden, hot off the press, 2024 campaign ad ahead of his visit here on January 6th. Here we go. Listen in.
There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy. All of us are being asked right now, what will we do to maintain our democracy? History's watching. The world is watching. Most important, our children and grandchildren will hold us responsible. The Vice President and I have supported voting rights since day one of this administration, and I ask every American to join me in this cause.
So obviously, the Biden administration is trying to pull at the heartstrings of clueless Democrats, liberals, progressives, maybe moderates on the fence. His first ad of 2024 does not talk about anything accomplishment-wise because, well, he hasn't really achieved much of anything. His poll numbers are awful. He's lost 24% of the black vote. He is losing to Trump in the Hispanic vote. Young voters are revolting away from Joe Biden. So what's he going to do? Like we've been saying, he's got Kamala out on the abortion tour for 2024, and he's going to run on democracy and dictatorship under Donald Trump. But, I mean, think about the nerve that it takes to say in your first ad, we are trying to preserve democracy, while simultaneously Democrats are trying to destroy democracy by removing Donald Trump from 4 ballots in 4 states in this country. That's what the Biden administration has. They are going with feelings, and you saw it right there if you were watching on YouTube, the visual images of J6, as we're just 2 days away from,
that was
from
like
the national
Charleston.
holiday.
They showed like Charleston, of course, with that whole thing, and that wasn't. Yeah.
Oh, with the tiki torches?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I tuned out of the visual after 3 seconds.
I mean, if that's the best you got, I don't know.
They got nothing.
Yeah.
They've got Ungats, squat, diddly poo. They can't run on jack squat.
Yeah, get to the emotions, pull the heartstrings as much as they possibly can. But we'll move on here. KJP then, the biggest Biden defender, was pressed on the full confidence of their DHS secretary and also the impeachment inquiry. This will be cut 6. Go ahead.
The House committee is moving ahead with impeachment proceedings against Secretary Mayorkas. there's a hearing scheduled for next week. So I'd just like to get the White House response. And also, just to clarify, does the president still have confidence in the secretary?
Absolutely, the president has confidence in the secretary. I think, and I've said this moments ago. I said it at the top as well. We believe that what they're doing, the House Republicans are doing with this impeachment inquiry, is baseless. We believe that it's a political stunt, and we believe there's no time for that right now. There are things that the American people want us to get done, and that's what they should focus on. And you know, it is unfortunate that this is where the House Republicans, that's the road that they want to go down with this impeachment proceeding. That is really unfortunate when the American people have been very clear. They want us to see it. They want us to work in a bipartisan way to get things done for them. And that's what the president wants.
I love how she's panning through her binder to get to the border section where she has the little like highlighted tabs like for border. And then the excuse me, the question, whoever's asking that terrible question, bails her out with does he still have confidence in, so then she doesn't need to get to the section of the binder where she can go into spin mode because he tosses up a softball question right there. And to sit there and say that this is politics or that this is a charade, it's just like, that's the same excuse they used when governors from red states were putting people on buses and dropping them off in big blue cities. It's not a charade. It's to show you exactly what is going on. And again, the numbers from December are just astounding. 302,000 in 1 month. I mean, that is the Eagles Stadium, Lincoln Financial Field, is 65,000 seats.
Yep.
That's like just under 5 stadiums full of Eagle fans in 1 month. 1 month. So yes, impeachment is on the table because this guy, Alejandro Mayorkas, and this administration have been derelict in their duties in protecting Americans. This is a national forget humanitarian for a second. This is a national security issue.
Well, and they act like it's improving, when if anything, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
It's only improved because we're only 4 days into January, and it'd be impossible to have 300,000 in 3 days.
Yeah, exactly. And that is, I mean, we continually see it. There's videos and videos. And actually, Phil, bring up cut 13 here. There's no audio for this, but this is Senator Johnson showing a video of illegal immigrants walking through the water toward the barbed wire fence, just walking, getting through whatever they need to get right to the border. And I mean, just showing some of the reality like we saw with Mike Fitzpatrick earlier and now with others visiting the border. I mean, this even includes whether it's Vivek, RFK, all the presidential candidates. So I don't know how they're going to change their messaging around this throughout the entire year.
Got tape? We got
Do you not see it? No, I thought it was
I don't see anything. I thought you were playing audio.
No. There was no. I said it was video only. It was just a clip there.
I don't
Senator Johnson, yeah, he was down at the border. But I'll move on to the KJP clip here.
Because we're showing pictures on radio.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true.
Oh, so now it's up. Now I see it. Okay, with the barbed wire and people coming across the water. Yeah. Well, we were told it was a humanitarian crisis, and it's inhumane to put razor blades and barbed wire and things like that along the ground where these people, I mean, think about how desperate they are to get into America that they're willing to crawl over razor blade with their babies and their children and cut themselves up to all hell. I mean, then you get into this country and a lot of them aren't happy with what they're provided. Remember the stories that we had at the hotels in New York for $300, $400, $500 a night, and they're trashing the hotel rooms. The food's not good enough. Meanwhile, we have homeless veterans that are sleeping on the sidewalk that are being kicked out of homeless places so that we could shelter these individuals who aren't grateful, or some that are grateful that do come here, and then they find that they can't find the work that they were looking for, and they go back to Venezuela. That's the real remarkable part. Shows you where we're at in this country right now.
Well, and the animosity now with all the how people feel about it, finding jobs. I mean, I guess some of them are easily finding them, but it's harder and harder. And I mean, that's something with our economy we're all worried about.
Yeah, I'm seeing the video again now here on the screen.
It's just, I can't even imagine, like you said, bringing a family over like that. No. But regardless, KJP was asked if Biden will visit the border. And there's surprisingly not much of an update. This is cut 7. Phil, go ahead.
President still have plans to visit the disaster site in East Palestine, Ohio?
So I don't have any schedule of the president at this time, but I will say this: the president continues to oversee, as you know, and we've said it multiple times from here. It was a robust recovery effort to support the people of East Palestine, and we will visit when it is most helpful. The president will visit when it's most helpful to the community, and so we're going to continue to stay on the ground as long as possible. Remember, because we have that robust operation, while ensuring that Norfolk Southern is held accountable for the trauma they inflicted on this community. But in the meantime, this is another thing. I was just asked about Congress, the supplemental and the budget. This is another thing that we want Congress to act on. It is important that they do their part to enhance rail safety. That is something that Congress has to do, and they have to do it by passing a bipartisan Railway Safety Act. That is something that they need to get to. But the president's going to continue to be there for the community as he has been for the past several.
How long ago was that? Were you even? Did we start the show when that? I think that might have been before.
No, East Palestine.
Yeah.
No, that was early in the winter last year. We're coming up on the 1 year anniversary. I believe that's February of last year. I could be off, but I think we're coming up on the 1 year of that, and he is still yet to go there. I just saw a video on social media a few days ago over the weekend. I think it was New Year's weekend, where they showed that the water in those streams and those little tributaries and those creeks, there's still that
layer of oil kind of.
Yeah, like that. It's almost like a fluorescent color. Yeah, I'm like, dude, this I'm telling you, man, this guy's got. And by the way, he just came back from another vacation. Did you see the pictures of Biden with the sunburn?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was down at the Virgin Islands. What a time.
Didn't he just have skin cancer a few years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's a plagiarist and he wants to be Trump, but he came back looking like Trump. He's the Democratic Orange Man.
The Orange Man. Yeah, he's
lobster.
the Red Man.
Yes. It's unbelievable. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, wrap it up with What's on Tap for the Dawn Show today and Who on Twitter and YouTube, and we'll do that on the other side of Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon.
You're crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Rich Zeoli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Hey Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$9:50, Kayal Company, putting a bow on a Thursday show. We'll see if Stocker's back tomorrow. See if his fever breaks for 24 hours. He had the little rebound.
I bring it.
Poor Greg.
Poor guy. He's been here for like one day the last 3 weeks. You can't get right. Best wishes, buddy. Hopefully we'll get you in for a Friday edition of the Cut Sheet tomorrow. All right, we'll find out who on Twitter and YouTube today coming up in just a couple of minutes, but let's find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show as we're just 9 minutes out from that starting.
Yeah, there's so much breaking this morning, so we're monitoring everything locally, of course, and regionally. Governor Phil Murphy, those migrant buses stopping in New Jersey. But coming up after we do some of the updates, 10:05, we're going to talk to Adam Gillette, who's the president of Accuracy in Media. You want to hear from him as he is the one who rented the mobile billboard that was calling out some of these, Ivy League presidents, such as here locally and at Harvard. So we'll get his take now that we got 2 down, 1 to go.
Okay.
According to Elise Stefanik. So we'll talk, get his take as far as...
Was this the billboard trucks that were going around, those little box trucks that you talked about?
Yeah, here at Penn and then as well in Harvard.
That's a good
So we'll
get.
see if MIT is next.
Okay.
Kind of get his take. And then, of course, our friend Guy Shiraki joining us once again. Well-known Chester County guy. Good guy. Guy Shiraki. So he'll give us his latest article, his latest take on everything.
All right, sounds good. The Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour. Anthony Dorenzo, as we wrap up a Thursday, we find out who won Twitter and YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Yeah, who won Twitter today? We're going to give it to Richard Notaro once again. He said, Nick Kayal, because of your sore throat, it sounds like you need to end dry January. It'll cure what ails you.
And no, I have not been drinking, so that does not describe why, or does not explain why my throat is killing me. Because there are some people that you can tell, like if they drink and their like throat is always raspy, that's not me.
But I think what Rich is saying, Notaro is saying, is that sometimes they say, what is it, brandy and
whiskey,
honey?
Yeah, the hair of the dog,
brown liquor,
helps your throat.
They say country music stars take a swig of whiskey before they perform. Although I think that's kind of a myth.
Yeah.
I remember when I had my voice issues 7-8 years ago, and I had that surgery. I brought that up, and the otolaryngologist was like, yeah, you do not want to put brown liquor on your vocal cords right now. Trust me, sir. I'm an expert. I was like, okay.
That's funny. Well, who on YouTube, ipso facto, talking out what we all want. Last night I had a dream. The Eagles turned it around in the playoffs. Alas, it was only a dream.
Yeah. I think you have a better chance of, at this point, what would you say is more likely? Trump wins the election or the Eagles win the Super Bowl? At this point, I'm taking Trump to win the election.
I don't know. It's anyone's year, though, in the NFL. That's the thing. And apparently the Ravens, who I like, that's my Super Bowl favorite right now. Supposedly Odell is renting out a yacht for them the same way he did with the Giants before he set that franchise
that'll
back.
kill that season for the Ravens.
Yep. Exactly.
Nice work. All right, that'll do it for us on a Thursday. We will see if Stocker makes his triumphant return tomorrow from the flu on a Friday edition of Kayal and Company. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as our favorite senator from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, would say,
good night, everybody.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message.